Miguel, it's Carolyn. I just emailed all of you the YouTube link. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Oh, okay. I'll send you another email. Okay. Bye.
You only want one person in the room.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, if you really want to have someone else in there, that's fine. But the idea is just have one person in there.
Okay.
Because you get too many people, you get a lot of cross noise.
Yeah.
And if they have their computer up too, it kind of creates echoes and
Sure.
sorts of weird stuff like that. Yeah.
Good morning, Miss Glick.
Good morning.
Fall break, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, very, very well. I'll make an entry of appearance and I'll stick around for a while, but I did have some oral surgery yesterday. So hopefully the court reporter will be able to understand me.
Good morning, Allison.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. You?
Hanging in there. Had a little bit of an adrenaline rush this morning. We've got construction close by and something happened to the internet and I'm back. I'm good.
Oh, that's a little nerve-wracking.
How are you
I'll
this
be in there.
morning?
I'll be in large with you, and we'll just,
Okay.
we'll just kind of know.
Okay. And then where the heads?
They're in the bags right there. All you should have to do is just open them up and just plug them in.
Plug it in. Should be right.
Plug it into. This is the computer we're using. Right
That one?
That's Nick's.
That one right there.
That one right there.
Okay.
Just plug it into the side. It should just work automatically.
Okay.
Yep. How about you?
Brian? Brian? We can't have both these computers on.
Oh, we can't. What do we?
No,
Well, it
you'll
is-
get
No,
feedback.
I can hear that it's picking up.
Oh, I turned the sound off.
Just mute that one.
Yeah.
Can I ask, who's participating with the phone number 982?
That's me.
Who's that?
It's Allison. I should have, it should have recognized, because I did use my passcode, so it should have recognized it was me, but for some reason it is showing me twice. But that's me.
Okay. I'm just going to rename you so we know who that is.
Well, I'm actually renaming myself right now to court reporter.
Okay.
But I see what you mean about the phone number. I can do that as well. Okay, Ms. Glick, it's not, because I'm not hosting, it's not letting me rename the phone number.
Okay, I can do that.
All right.
Hmm. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Before we go on the record, I just want to let you all know, I'm at home, of course, because the PRC no longer has an office. And I have two dogs who are pretty well behaved and don't bark very often, but it could happen. And if it does, I'll try and hit mute as quickly as I can and get them under control. It's 10 o'clock. Allison, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go on the record. We are here today for a hearing in case number 20-00124-UT. My name is Carolyn Glick. I was appointed by the commission to preside over this case. At this time, I will take appearances from the parties. I will go through the name of each party and staff, and after I name you, I'll ask you to make your appearance. So who appears for Public Service Company of New Mexico?
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Ryan German and Leslie Padilla on behalf of PNM.
Who appears for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy?
Stephanie Zur on behalf of the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Who appears for New Energy Economy?
Good morning. My name is Marielle Nanasi, and I'm with New Energy Economy.
Who appears for New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance and special participant Greater Kudo?
This is Peter Gould. I am appearing for NM area, and with me today is my legal assistant, Selah Kaiser. She is attending. She won't be participating, but she's attending to help me if I run into any technical difficulties.
Who appears for Bernalillo County?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Jeffrey Albright, and I'm representing Bernalillo County.
Okay. And I did grant your request to be periodically excused. I understand you waived cross-examination. And if you do leave the hearing, you don't need to announce that. You can just leave.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
I granted the request of Sydney Beatles who represents Western Resource Advocates, to be excused from the entire hearing. Who appears for the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Dal Harris. I am appearing this morning on behalf of the Water Authority.
Who appears for the City of Albuquerque? Okay, let the record reflect that no one has entered an appearance for the City of Albuquerque. Who appears for Interwest Energy Alliance?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Joan Drake appearing for Interwest Energy Alliance.
Okay, I also granted your request to be periodically excused. And again, you don't have to announce when you're leaving the hearing.
Thank you.
And who appears for commission staff?
Madam Hearing Examiner, on behalf of Utility Division staff, my name is Bradford Borman.
Did I miss anyone? Okay. I don't believe anyone has signed up to make public comment, but I'll just ask that. Is anyone on the line who wishes to make public comment? Okay, let the record reflect that no one has requested to make public comment. Before we begin with the witnesses, I want to ask if anyone objects to admission into evidence. And I gave you notice of this in an email, of that part of Commission Exhibit 1, which is page 11, line 18, through page 12, line 20, of Gerard Ortiz's supplemental testimony filed in case number 12-00131-UT on July 3rd, 2012. If you object, state your objection now.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Ryan German with PNM. We would ask that the entire document be admitted into evidence under Evidence Rule 106. And the reason for that is that the entire document provides context for that portion of Mr. Ortiz's testimony that you seek to admit. So we don't oppose, but we ask that the entire document be admitted into evidence.
Does anyone object to that? Okay, so I will grant that request, and the entirety of Commission Exhibit 1, which has been uploaded to Dropbox, is admitted into evidence as Commission Exhibit 1. Okay, PNM, you may call your first witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Peter Gould. I have a couple of questions, procedural questions, before we go and introduce the witnesses. Can I just ask those questions very quickly?
Yes.
In your pre-hearing order of 9/11, you have several paragraphs dealing with the Dropbox. Given the fact that there are changes in some of the witnesses' testimony from their pre-filed testimony, which is on the Commission's website, and what is in the Dropbox, how are you intending to handle transferring those documents over to the Commission's records, so that the records department reflects the actual record in the case?
So the exhibits uploaded to Dropbox will be transferred to the Commission and to e-docket by the court reporter.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Ryan German. So PNM has a couple preliminary matters we'd like to address before we call our first witness. And the first is along the lines of the error correction issue that Mr. Gould just raised. So we identified a couple errors in our testimony that were not corrected in Dropbox. One of them relates to the dates that resources are expected to be online in the future. And those dates are in the plan itself, which is an exhibit to Mr. Phillips's testimony. And then the second error is
Now we know that word.
the year that the expected Sky Blue Rex will be available. And that's in Mr. Babe's supplemental testimony. It says 2021 and it should say 2020. So our plan was just to have the witnesses mention those errors when we introduce the testimonies. We've prepared corrected pages, but in light of the pre-hearing order, our plan was not to circulate those corrected pages to the parties or upload them in Dropbox. So I just wanted to make you aware of that issue.
Before you go on, Mr. German, well, looks like I'm hearing an echo, not only from you, but from myself. Well, now I'm not. If you have YouTube on your computer simultaneously with Zoom, you need to close down YouTube. I don't know if that was a problem or not. Go ahead, Mr. German, and we'll see if that problem has been corrected.
Sure, okay. So the second issue I wanted to raise is that we did correct the number of RECs associated with Sky Blue. So in our direct testimony, we had a number of 19,708. In Mr. Babe's supplemental testimony, that number was corrected to 19,016. We did not correct the 19,708 number that was in direct testimonies and rebuttal testimonies. And our plan was just to address that when we introduce testimonies, when we asked the question of the witnesses, if their answers would be the same, if the same questions were asked of them today. And our thinking there was because the reason for that correction was explained in Mr. Babe's supplemental testimony, there wasn't a need to correct it in the versions of the direct testimonies and rebuttal that we uploaded to Dropbox. And then the last thing I have is I just wanted to mention that our witnesses are sharing the same video connection, but they're not all in the same room. So if we could have just a minute or two so that the witnesses could change places before they testify, that would be much appreciated. And that's all I have.
Okay. Does anyone object to any of those proposals by Mr. German? Okay, I'll allow that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else before we begin with PNM's witness?
Not from PNM.
Okay, PNM, you may call your first witness.
Okay. Ms. Padilla will call Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Right. Good morning. I don't see you on video. If you could.
Excuse me, I need to swear him in.
Oh. Yes.
Mr. Phillips, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, could you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Nicholas L. Phillips. Last name is spelled Phillips.
And can you identify your employer and the position that you hold there?
My position is Director of Integrated Resource Planning with Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Okay. And do you have a copy of what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 1? It's been uploaded to Dropbox with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that for us, please?
It is my pre-filed direct testimony in this proceeding.
Okay. And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to make at this time that were not previously uploaded to Dropbox?
I do. In PNM Exhibit NLP 2, the RPS plan itself, there is a table, table 2 located on page 4. Mm-hmm. The last two entries in that table indicate years constructed of 2020 and 2021 respectively, and both of those should say 2022.
Right. Is that the only correction that you have to make at this time?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Did you have any changes to make pursuant to the commission's decision in the replacement resources case?
So I would say the clarification, this testimony is true and correct from the day that we filed it. With the subsequent order issued in the 19-00195-UT docket, there have been some updates that have already been reflected in the other witnesses' testimony, in particular, Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay, thank you. And is the testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge with the correction that you made?
Yes, it is.
All right. PNM moves admission of PNM exhibit number 1.
Is there any objection? PNM exhibit 1 is admitted. And before we go ahead with cross-examination, I see that my law clerk, Anna Kippenbrock, has joined us. Anna, I was just looking on my phone and it looks like the YouTube feed is not up for this hearing. And I'm wondering if you could contact Miguel and find out what's going on and see if you can get it up.
Right. Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla. I apologize. I am in a conference room that has what I thought was a reliable internet connection, but it is Zoom is telling me that it is unstable and it's actually freezing. So I am going to have to quickly move to a place where I can have a more reliable connection.
Okay, I'm not going to wait for you though.
Right, Mr. German, could you handle Mr. Phillips on cross while I go to a new room?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Yee.
Madam Hearing Examiner, my apologies for signing in a few minutes late. I had interconnectivity problems here at my house, and this is what caused my computer to crash, and I wasn't able, and I actually was trying to sign in earlier than 10, but those things happen, and I'm sorry. I would like to enter my appearance on behalf of the city of Albuquerque. I am present if you will excuse my late arrival, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Okay, we'll begin with cross-examination of Mr. Phillips. And the order of cross-examination is just going to be, I believe this is the order that motions to intervene were filed in the case. So first, CCAE, Missouri.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Phillips, could you turn to page 10 of your direct testimony?
I'm there.
Thank you. Line 14, question, how is PNM positioned to make reasonable and consistent progress towards meeting the zero carbon resource standard in 2045? What is PNM's understanding of what consistent progress requires? What does that look like?
Consistent progress, in my mind, would be making gradual steps along the way towards meeting the goals, not necessarily waiting till the last minute to meet the next step change in either RPS or the carbon emission requirements as required in the Energy Transition Act. There should be consistent progress along the way, not waiting till the last minute.
On the next page, page 11, I'm starting on line 3, the end of the sentence. PNM will continue to assess the reliability of its portfolio to determine if and when additional flexible resources storages are needed to manage renewable integration and/or expand its transmission system in order to ensure PNM can geographically diversify renewable resources as well as increase its ability to access markets. What is the advantage of geographically diversifying renewable resources?
I would assimilate geographic diversity of renewable resources to fuel diversity of traditional resources. Because weather patterns are not consistent across a larger geographic span, deviations will tend to smooth out a little bit more if you can site renewable resources further apart from each other. So just like we would want to, in the traditional mechanisms of planning, have a diversified supply of fuels such as natural gas and coal and things like that. In a highly renewable system, if you can have your renewable resources spread across a larger geographic area, you'll have different weather patterns affecting them, thus mitigating some of those variations. If you were to have everything in one location, if the wind stopped blowing, for example, all of the generators would stop producing as opposed to just a subset.
Does PNM currently have transmission capacity in these diverse areas to situate renewables?
Currently, PNM's transmission system is pretty close to being fully subscribed. If we were to access additional renewables, we would either need to expand the transmission system, or we would need to wait until resources came offline in order to utilize existing transmission capacity.
At this point, is PNM planning its transmission expansions that will enable it to diversify renewable portfolios and increase access to markets?
PNM has, through its integrated resource planning process, presented some ideas about potential transmission expansions that would allow for additional renewable resources to be accessed. But those are very preliminary plans, and it will take some time to further develop those and determine what, if any, would be economic for the system.
Okay, this is my last question. Can you tell me when you expect PNM's plan for expansion of its transmission system to accommodate renewables in the 2030 to 2040 timeframe, when you will have that available for public review?
At this point in time, I could not state a specific date, no.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nanazi.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
You are the director of PNM's Integrated Resource Planning team, is that right?
That is correct.
As part of your duties as director of the IRP, Integrated Resource Planning, you perform a series of runs and perform runs or a series of portfolios to evaluate and help determine the direction for the procurement of assets. Is that correct?
Long-term resource planning and portfolio analysis is one of the functions that my group performs.
And this necessarily includes the evaluation of cost, reliability, balancing of loads and resources. Is that also correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And you are currently in the midst of the IRP planning process for 2020. Is that also correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you review and approve all the answers to discovery before they were submitted in this case?
We generally have a process where discovery is reviewed by specific witnesses that would sponsor the results of those questions. I think it lists who the specific witnesses are on the responses.
But I'm asking about you. Did you review all the responses to discovery in this case?
I've looked at them. I paid close attention to the ones that had my name on them.
And did you approve of the other ones that didn't have your name on them?
It's not my job to approve of those responses. It's the specific witnesses sponsoring those responses to ensure that what they are saying is true and correct.
And whose job is it to review all the responses before they are tendered to various witnesses?
Generally speaking, when discovery comes into the organization, our regulatory team reviews the responses, identifies the witnesses in the cases, or if there isn't a witness in the case, the manager of the department best suited to respond to the discovery request. And then those specific team members gather and work on the responses as before they get returned to the requester.
Are you the most senior PNM officer to testify in this case?
I'm not an officer of the company.
Are you part of the senior management?
No.
Okay. Are you this most senior person at PNM in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you not only sponsored the plan, the renewable plan itself, but you also discussed the testimony of the other PNM witnesses. Is that correct?
I introduced the other witnesses. Yes, that's correct.
PNM it has stated publicly that it will achieve 100% carbon-free energy by 2040. Is this still a fact?
PNM has stated that it is a corporate goal to achieve the carbon emission free by 2040. Yes.
Now, you mentioned this, your attorney mentioned this at the top of the hour, that you wrote your testimony before the ruling in case 19-00195 UT. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now that you know what the PRC approved in that case, does that mean that PNM intends to apply for a CCN for a gas plant?
Objection, Ryan German.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the objection is on relevance grounds, and it's also outside the scope of Mr. Phillips's direct testimony.
Ms. Nanazi?
I don't believe it's outside the scope. It's specifically in his testimony, particularly on page 7, talking about needing other resources to support renewable resources. So I think it's relevant to what the current plan is going forward. And he refers to that in a number of places, including on page 7.
The objection is sustained.
On page 8, line 14, you say that in order to maintain reliability, flexible generation resources will need to be added alongside renewable resources, especially when traditional generation resources are retired. What are you referring to there?
Is there a specific point you are asking about? Is it the flexible generation resources, the renewable resources, or the traditional generation resources when they're retired? I'm not clear on the question.
Well, what do you mean by this sentence?
So in order to manage the variations of variable renewable resources, we have to have other types of resources online in order to manage the changes from minute to minute and hour to hour. Currently, that is done with more traditional resources such as natural gas-fired resources. As those resources come offline, we will need to make sure that we have an adequate supply of flexible resources capable of moving in sync with the renewable resources to balance the system accordingly.
Okay, and what do you propose, or what is PNM's current thinking? You just said before that you are currently in the part of the planning for the 2020 IRP. What do you know now about what those resources will be?
Objection, Ryan German.
Go ahead.
And same objection as before, relevance and outside the scope of Mr. Phillips's testimony. Ms. Nanasi's questions are directed at the IRP process, which is a separate proceeding from this one. And Mr. Phillips's testimony is clear that PNM does not need to add additional resources in order to integrate the resources contained in the 2021 plan.
The objection is sustained.
Can you turn to page 9? Here at the bottom of page 9, you talk about the La Jolla procurement. Could you tell me how many megawatts, what's the size of that La Jolla wind farm?
The La Jolla wind farm in total, I believe, is close to 300. The PNM share, off the top of my head, I forget the exact number. It's either 140 or 166. but I would need to double check that before stating that's a perfect number.
And that was procured through a PPA?
Yes, it was.
And what is the price per kilowatt hour or megawatt hour of the La Jolla project?
Again, subject to check. I believe the number is in the neighborhood of $17.73 per megawatt hour.
Now turning to page 14 of your testimony. Here you discuss the requirements set forth in case 19-159 UT.
Yes, I'm with you.
One of those requirements was that PNM was put on notice that it was to explain, in this case, the difference between PNM's estimated $9.3 million revenue requirement presented by PNM Witness for the 50 megawatt affordable solar project in case 17-129 UT in November 2017, or comparing it to the $8.7 million approved by the PRC in case, I strike that. I would like to rephrase that question. One of the requirements that PNM was put on notice was that it was to explain the difference between PNM's estimated $9.3 million revenue requirement presented by PNM witness Shane Gutierrez in case 19-159 UT to the 50 megawatts affordable solar project and the $8.7 million approved by the PRC in November 2017 in case 17-129. Is that correct?
So that was a really long question. Is there perhaps something you could show me that I should be looking at, or is there a document I need to have in front of me, because I just didn't follow you?
So you understand that one of the requirements was that you had to explain the difference in the cost from the affordable solar project that was approved in case 17-129 and the revenue requirement that was stated there. You're following me so far?
I think so. I mean, is there a piece of my testimony I should be referring to? Is there a written something that I should have in front of me to look at? I guess I'm having trouble following that portion.
Well, on page 14, you said Mr. Baker addresses the revenue requirements for the 2019 solar facility in his direct testimony. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand what the requirement was from PNM to explain that, right?
I don't have the exact language in front of me. I know what I say here, and Mr. Baker does address those issues.
And there was a discrepancy that came up in the 19-159 UT case. Is that correct?
My understanding is there was a discrepancy. I was not a witness in that particular case.
But you know that PNM was required to address that discrepancy. Is that correct?
Objection, Ryan German.
Go ahead.
It's asked and answered.
Sustained, and I think this is outside the scope of his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at the plan, the Renewable Energy Act plan that is part of your testimony. Did you write, or was PNM's Renewable Energy Act plan written under your supervision?
It was written under my supervision.
Is it PNM's position that comparing resources on a per megawatt hour basis is only valid when comparing like resources, for instance, solar to solar resources and wind to wind resources?
I think in the plan at Appendix A under Note 4, we discuss the utility of comparing resources on a dollar per megawatt hour basis. And the distinction we make is like for like resources such as a PPA that only includes an energy charge. You know, comparing resources, even solar to solar of a different vintage when technology costs were different, doesn't necessarily paint the picture in terms of what the value was to the system when a resource was approved.
In the plan, the Renewable Energy Act plan, which is NLP-2, you discuss the approvals in case number 17129. Is that correct?
Could you
The
point me
bottom of
to?
page 2 and the top of page 3?
So you're referring to the approval of the New Mexico Wind Energy Center discussed under the existing wind section. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay. Let me ask you this. On page 4, table 2, how come you don't specify what resource? Are these all solar resources in table 2?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and the 2019 resource that you see there, that is the 17129 case, right? And you say there that the $7.5 million is the gross cost in 2021?
Yes, I see that in the table.
Is that correct?
That's the correct to the best of my knowledge, yes.
I have no further questions.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry, if I could just interject. This is Leslie Padilla from PNM. I do have a stable connection now. I moved, so I can resume working with Mr. Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Gould.
Excuse me, it took me a bit to unmute. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I do have 2 questions. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 7, line 15.
Yes, sir, I'm with you.
Okay. Let me see. Excuse me, go to line 18. And here you're stating that PNM system lacks flexibility required to economically integrate large amounts of power. What is causing that lack of flexibility?
The full statement of that sentence states that prior to abandoning San Juan Units 1 and 4 in June 2022, PNM system lacks the flexibility to required to economically integrate large amounts of incremental renewable power. But to a limited degree, this could be overcome by committing additional generating assets and carrying a larger amount of operating reserves. So what I'm stating in that sentence is the San Juan coal plant, the 2 larger generators there, do not have what we call ramp rates, the ability to increase or decrease their output in a quick enough manner to allow additional resources, additional variable renewable resources such as wind and solar to be brought on the system. One of the things by retiring or abandoning that plant, it will allow us to replace those resources with other resources that have sufficient flexibility to manage the additional intermittency that would come with adding larger amounts of renewables to the system.
Okay, thank you. And I take it that that statement would also apply to the Four Corners coal plant because it wouldn't have the ramp rates that you mentioned on San Juan.
To a lesser degree, and the reason why I state that is while the ramp rates are similar, the overall amount of capacity provided to PNM system from the Four Corners plant is much lower than the amount of capacity that is committed when both San Juan 1 and 4 are online.
Okay, and then that would also apply to the Palo Verde nuclear generation that just can't ramp at all.
Nuclear assets are not capable of ramping very well. There are additional things that are being considered at the plant that would allow for more flexible operations, such as using excess production to synthesize hydrogen from water, which would allow for the displacement of that energy into other areas. So there are things you can look at to try to make better use out of the nuclear plant.
And I take it that those are the types of things that PNM is looking at now as we place resources to maintain the reliability and flexibility of its system.
When you say that PNM is looking at now, what do you mean?
Well, in the future, PNM will need additional resources, and those are considerations that you will look at for adding additional resources to meet the increased RPS.
Through the integrated resource planning process and other planning process, we assess our system. We still will have a need for especially some base load non-carbon emitting generation, such as what's provided from the Palo Verde facility.
Okay, thank you. Turn to page 13.
Yes, sir.
Okay, starting on line 14, you explain that the information regarding the reporting requirements has limited applicability. Why is that?
I'm sorry, can you point me to, you said
Line
it was on
page 13, line 4.
Line 4, I'm sorry, I was on line 14.
Excuse me, this is the reporter. The phone line went, so I had to switch to computer audio. Okay. And I have, let me give you the last question and answer.
Okay.
I apologize. Question, well, in the future, PNM will need additional resources, and those are considerations that you will look at for adding additional resources to meet the increased RPS. Answer, through the integrated resource planning process and other planning processes, we reassess our system. That was what I got.
Okay, now I'm going to page 13, line 4, and we're just starting that question.
Thank you.
I don't think that captured my full answer to that question.
Okay, well, go ahead and explain, expand.
Would you please restate the question one more time, please?
Which question?
The court reporter had just read back the question. I think only half of my answer got recorded. I was just wondering if we could reread that one section again so I can get my flow.
Sure. Why don't you have the court reporter read that back to you so you can give you your full answer.
One moment. Question, well, in the future, PNM will need additional resources, and those are considerations that you will look at for adding additional resources to meet the increased RPS. Do you want what I have of your answer?
Yes, please.
Answer, through the integrated resource planning process and other planning processes, we reassess our system.
In order to manage renewable integration and reliability going forward, we certainly will have a need for reliable non-carbon emitting baseload capacity such as the Palo Verde plant.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let's turn to page 13, line 4.
Yes, sir.
And there you're talking about the information provided in response to the new reporting requirements have limited applicability. Could you expand on that? Why that is?
Yes. So the requirement that was stated on the previous page was providing capital operating fuel costs and on a per megawatt hour basis for the non-renewable generation resources rate-based by the utility or dedicated through to the utility through a purchase power agreement of 1 year or longer. The reason why it wouldn't be appropriate to take that information on a dollar per megawatt hour basis and compare it to other resources on a dollar per megawatt hour basis is explained in the note 4 on Appendix A of PNM Exhibit NLP2. To summarize that, there's additional value to resources aside from just energy production, in particular, the ability to provide firm capacity and reliability to the system, as typically comes with having steel in the ground and having those types of resources. And those particular components are typically fixed costs. Those fixed costs don't vary with energy production. And so even though a resource may only run a very limited number of hours in the year, it's still providing capacity and reliability to the system. So as a tangible example, if I have a small open cycle gas unit that has a 5% capacity factor or less, and it's only running during those times of the year when renewable production isn't sufficient to cover load, or we have a spike in peak demand that we can't cover with renewable production or some other resource, and we dispatch that, it's providing a very tangible benefit of reliability and capacity to the system that isn't captured just through the dollar per megawatt hour representation of that resource.
Okay, so my understanding of what you've told me is that it's not that that information that is provided isn't important, but that information must be, you must comply or, consider other aspects as well as the price in order to determine the value of that asset.
I don't know that I agree with your statement. I think that what we say is it's of limited value to compare the resources on that basis. We didn't say it wasn't important or that that type of information isn't important, but when you're assessing value, energy value alone is not the only indicator of what a resource's true value to the system is.
Okay, thank you. Please turn to page 16. And that opening paragraph, lines 1 through 13, you're addressing how a resource should be presented to the Commission for consideration. My question is this: does it make a difference how a resource is presented as to whether that resource will be in rate base or the cost recovered through rate rider 36? In other words, would you say a CCN application would be rate based versus, an RPS filing would go through rate 36? I'm unsure about that.
So there are a couple of factors that would need to be considered to answer your question. If a resource was presented through a CCN filing or a PPA filing, it would not be recovered through Rider 36. If it's a PPA filing that's an energy-based charge, such as a renewable PPA that has a $1 per megawatt hour energy charge, that would likely be recovered then through the fuel clause. If it was a energy storage agreement that had a capacity or demand charge, that would not be recovered through the fuel clause, as I understand the Commission's order in the 19-00195-UT docket. Instead, that would be recovered similar to the Valencia PPA demand charges that are done through base rates, but it is not necessarily a part of rate base in that we do not earn a return on that cost. A CCN filing, though, that would be a utility-owned resource, would be recovered through rate base, and it would earn a return on that investment. In order for it to be recovered through the rate rider, it would have to be presented as an RPS resource and sought recovery through the rate rider mechanism. And it would not matter if it was a CCN or PPA-like resource, meaning it doesn't matter if it's a utility-owned or a purchase power agreement, it could still be recovered through that rider.
Okay. Let me expand on that. The replacement resources for the San Juan generating plant, will the application be presented through a CCN or through an RPS filing?
Actually, I don't think it would be either, because all of the resources were purchase power agreements. They would be presented under the PPA rule.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm confused on that. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Yee.
Sorry, I have no questions.
Okay. Ms. Drake?
I have no questions for any of the witnesses, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Borman?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
Can you turn to Exhibit NLP2 that's attached to your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm looking at pages 9 and 10.
Just one moment, and I
Sure.
am there.
Okay. Is it fair to state that PNM is seeking to increase the geographical diversity of renewable resources as a strategy to minimize the cost of renewable integration?
I think the way that I would characterize it is we will look at the economic pros and cons of geographic diversity versus which would likely require expansion of the transmission system versus what other solutions to meeting the RPS would be in order to maintain compliance. Just because you get geographical diversity and you get some benefits from that doesn't mean it would necessarily outweigh other costs that might be associated with reaching that geographical diversity. So we will weigh those pros and cons and pursue the one that's in the best interest of our customers.
But the cost is one of those pros and or cons, right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Okay. And is it also correct that sometimes in increasing the geographical diversity of renewable generation, new or additional transmission is necessary in order to integrate that generation into the PNM system?
Madam
Yes,
Hearing
that's correct.
Examiner Peter Gould, objection.
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Borman is going into areas with his questions that were addressed in your order granting the motion to strike certain transmission issues from staff's testimony. And so I would object to this line of questioning.
Mr. Borman?
First of all, Mr. Gould doesn't even know what my line of questioning is yet because I haven't asked the questions. Second, this exact question was asked by Ms. Zuer basically half an hour ago. So I don't understand the basis for Mr. Gould's objection.
Overruled. So, Mr. Phillips, go ahead and answer the question.
To be clear, I believe the question was, in order to reach the geographic diverse renewable locations, there might be additional transmission investments required. Is that the question, Mr. Borman?
Yeah, I guess the question, and I can read it again or state it again, is that sometimes you will need new or additional transmission to integrate the geographical diverse renewable resources into the system.
Yes, that's correct. And we will always consider, in order to access the new renewable resources in resource zones that don't currently have transmission, yes, transmission would need to be built. We would then determine whether the geographic diversity and the benefits provided by that would outweigh the costs and provide a net benefit to the system or be part of the least cost portfolio. So it's always a trade-off on what value does that provide versus the costs that are incurred.
Okay, thank you. Now, what can you provide us an example of geographical diverse renewable resources that PNM has that would require additional transmission?
I guess I don't follow. If we have the resources, we wouldn't need the new transmission.
Okay. It was a poorly asked question, so I'll move on. In the 19-00195-UT case, which was the San Juan replacement resource proceeding, the commission adopted the CCAE1 portfolio recommended by the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy in that case, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Is that CCAE1 portfolio consistent with PNM's strategy regarding geographical diversity?
I would not characterize the solar resources as a part of that portfolio as being majorly geographic diverse, no.
Okay. Well, will that portfolio require any additional transmission resources?
In order to implement the portfolio that was issued or approved in the commission adopting the recommended decision, we would not need to expand the transmission system. All of those resources would utilize existing transmission that is opened up due to the abandonment of the San Juan coal plant. I'm sorry, with minor network upgrades in order to interconnect those facilities.
Okay. Now, is the La Jolla 2 wind facility consistent with PNM's geographical diversity strategy?
What preliminary modeling shows is that if we could add additional wind, it would be a good resource. Now, if all of that wind were to be situated right next to La Jolla 2, that would not be geographically diverse. But that gets into one of the trade-offs that the higher capacity factor wind resources are located in the same seam of eastern New Mexico. And there would be a trade-off of getting geographical diversity if you were to situate wind elsewhere that may not have as much production. So that's one of those economic trade-offs we would need to consider.
Okay. So, all right, do you have a copy of the Renewable Energy Act available?
I do.
Okay. I'll let you tell me when you have it up and available.
So I have it in front of me. I'll be honest, I have the legal version, so it's a little bit different than the one that I'm used to, but I'll be happy to go wherever you would like.
Okay. Well, if you could find, I guess, section 62-16-6, which is cost recovery for renewable energy and emissions reduction.
So you said 62-16-6?
Yes.
Which version of the Renewable Energy Act? The one that I have in front of me, 62-16-6, is titled Commission Powers and Duties and Voluntary Programs.
Well, I guess I'm looking at what I have on Lexis. And what it states is that this is from chapter 2009, or the 2019 edits chapter 65, section 31. So it seems to me that this is.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if you could give us one moment, we can get a copy of this to Mr. Phillips.
Go ahead.
here, I thought I was prepared.
This stuff always happens. Just have to work through it.
And this is the court reporter. If you're going to be reading, please remember we're on Zoom, so please read slowly.
Yes, ma'am.
I will do my best as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we're going too fast, please let us know. Just let me know when you have it.
As soon as the copy arrives, I will let you know.
Oh, all right.
I'm just, I'm flipping through the version that I still have on my desk and wondering if I can find the section, if it was just renumbered.
One thing that I've been learning the last 6 months working from home is I don't have as many paper documents lying around as I used to. So,
You know, if I could have a separate computer to look something up on, that would have been good. I didn't want to be staring into the camera very, very close trying to find something on my computer.
A copy is being delivered to you, Mr. Phillips.
Nobody wants that close up. Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Borman, I'm with you.
okay, you have 62-16-6.
Yes, sir. So recovery for renewable energy and emissions reduction.
Okay, and can you look at subsection 2 of that? Yeah, that. And I'll just let you read it to yourself.
Mr. Borman, do you mean paragraph B?
Yes. B, I'm sorry.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Do you have you read that?
Yes, let me read it one more time.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Now, understanding that you're not an attorney, but you are responsible for implementing the REA for PNM, is that correct?
Yes, I'm responsible for ensuring compliance.
Yes. And so your understanding as a non-attorney, would you agree that this section or this, I guess, paragraph states that the commission should not exclude reasonable transmission and interconnection costs from the costs of compliance with the RPS?
Madam
Madam
Hearing
Hearing
Examiner,
Examiner? Okay.
Peter Gould. Yes, objection.
Go ahead.
This is clearly, I know Mr. Borman may say I didn't know where he was going, but I clearly saw where he was going. My understanding of the motion, the order granting the motion to strike is that transmission allocation issues have been assigned to PNM's general rate cases, and that your order in this case is entirely consistent with the commission precedent established in 19-00159. We're not trying to prevent staff from making any allocation arguments it wants, but those are rate case arguments, not RPS arguments. And so I would object to this line of questioning.
Ms. Padilla?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would object also. While Mr. Borman's initial questions on this subject of geographic diversity and transmission were related to Mr. Phillips' testimony, this line of questioning is outside the scope of Mr. Phillips' testimony.
Mr. Borman?
Mr. Phillips in his exhibit NLP2 at the top of page 10 states that expansion of the transmission system will allow PNM to provide geographic diversity and renewable resources, and could also increase ability to access neighboring markets and facilitate purchases in times of need. PNM will also be looking for the most economic and strategic places to site energy resources and other technologies that will be required as PNM increases to a carbon-free system. I mean, he's talking about the economics of these transmission issues. I think we have the opportunity, should have the opportunity to at least understand the basis for what Mr. Phillips is saying.
The objections are sustained.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
They really are.
Mr. Phillips, I have a few questions for you relating to your testimony on page 16.
I'm with you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
At lines 1 through 13, where you talk about proposing a resource as a system resource versus through an RPS filing. Mr. Harris asked you some questions about this. I have a few more.
Yes, ma'am.
Were the renewable energy procurements approved in the replacement resources case proposed by PNM as system resources?
Yes, while they will provide renewable attributes and energy to meet the RPS, we consider those system resources.
Okay, so PNM is planning to use RECs associated with those procurements for RPS purposes?
We will be using the energy and associated RECs that are produced to meet RPS compliance, but they were not procured specifically for RPS compliance. We would think those are system resources.
Does PNM consider the cost of such RECs to be costs of RPS compliance?
It's a good question. The way that I would think about that is due to the Energy Transition Act requiring the delivery of RECs and energy to be bundled together. We get a single product now from these resources, and there's not a way really to separate out the cost of the REC from the resource itself. It's one bundled product.
So what's your answer to the question? Do you consider the cost of such RECs to be costs of RPS compliance?
My answer would be no. These are system resources. It's the energy and RECs delivered to the system. And as a byproduct of these system resources, we are able to further our compliance with the RPS.
Does PNM believe it needs to acquire commission approval to use those RECs for RPS compliance?
I wouldn't think so. I think that we should be able to use these RECs as produced for the benefit of the system and including RPS compliance.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Yes, ma'am.
So now go to redirect, and I'll just repeat what I said in my pre-hearing order, which is that the scope of redirect examination is matters arising from cross-examination and my questioning. The scope of recross-examination is matters arising from redirect examination and my questioning. Ms. Padilla?
Oh, we have no redirect for Mr. Phillips.
Okay. Ms. Zur?
Oh, was I muted? I'm sorry. CCA has no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nanazi?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Gould?
No questions on redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
No questions on redirect.
Ms. Yee?
None. No questions.
Mr. Borman?
I have no additional questions for Mr. Phillips.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
PNM may call its next witness.
So PNM calls Shane Gutierrez. And Mr. Gutierrez will need a minute or two to get situated in front of the video.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, could you swear the witness, please, Allison? Oh, Allison, you're muted.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mr. Gutierrez, could you state your name for the record and tell us your position at PNM?
Yes, my name is Shane Gutierrez. I'm a senior financial modeling project manager in PNM's resource planning department.
Great. And we'll go through your two pre-filed testimonies one at a time. So the first is marked PNM Exhibit 2. Have you reviewed the version of PNM Exhibit 2 that was uploaded to the Dropbox file for this case?
I'm assuming it's my direct testimony?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And was that direct testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections you need to make to the direct testimony?
No, I do not.
Great. And if the same questions that were asked of you in your direct testimony were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I move the admission of PNM Exhibit 2, Mr. Gutierrez's direct testimony.
Is there any objection? PNM Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Mr. Gutierrez, could you identify PNM Exhibit 3?
That would be my rebuttal testimony filed on September 16th, 2020.
And was your rebuttal testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
And are there any corrections that you would like to make to your rebuttal testimony?
I have 3 corrections. The first one is going to be on page 3, line 21. Replace the number 30,000. I'm sorry, replace the number 68,611 with 30,605. And then on line 22, replace the number 135,913 with 173,919. And that same correction, the last correction that I just stated, is also needs to be made on page 4 on line 2.
And so on page 4, line 2, 135,913 should be stricken and replaced with 173,919.
That's right.
Right. And Madam Hearing Examiner, I'll represent to you that these corrections were made in the version of Exhibit 3 that was uploaded to Dropbox. Mr. Gutierrez, if the questions that were asked of you in your rebuttal testimony were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
All for except an updated number that is based on Mr. Babet's supplemental testimony. So on page 6 of my rebuttal testimony, actually pages 6 and 7, the number of sky blue RECs just needs to be updated to reflect the most recent number. So for instance, on line 6, I'm sorry, page 6, line 22, the 19,708 recs needs to be updated to 19,016. And then the same correction needs to be made on page 7, line 1, 19,708 would be updated to 19,016. That update flows through to my PNM exhibit SG1 rebuttal. And so on page 2 of that exhibit on line 34, the 19,708 needs to be updated to 19,016. Changing that number changes the dollars per megawatt hour rec number. So the $117.58 dollars per megawatt hour rec needs to be updated to $121.86. And then, so that's column B, and then that same rate needs to be updated on column D. So the $117.58 also needs to be updated in column D to $121.86. And those are, that should be all the updates that need to be made to my rebuttal testimony.
And Mr. Gutierrez, with those updates and corrections, is your rebuttal testimony PNM Exhibit 3 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I move the admission of PNM Exhibit 3, Mr. Gutierrez's rebuttal testimony.
Are there any objections? PNM Exhibit 3 is admitted.
And Mr. Gutierrez is available for cross-examination.
All right, Ms. Zur?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nanazi?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions for you. On your exhibit SG2, page 2 of 3 and 3 of 3 in your direct.
Okay.
Could you tell us regarding first SG2, the 2021 total cost for the 2019 PNM solar PV 50 megawatts? What is that number?
So in my PNM exhibit SG2, page 2 of 3, on line 26, I show the recs and costs for the 2019 PNM solar PV 50 megawatts. The total cost, which includes is essentially the annual revenue requirement plus Regis fees, is 7.5 million for 2021.
And could you tell us the same thing for 2022, please?
So for that same resource in 2022, you can see that on page 3 of my exhibit, and same line 26, that annual cost is 7.2 million for 2022.
Okay, and could you tell us the exact number that you have here, please?
Sure, it's 7,191,135.
And in 19159 UT case, what was the total cost that you listed for that same resource?
That's a good question. I don't have the exhibit from last year's plan. Is that what you're referring to as last year's renewable plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't have that?
I don't have that number handy.
Mr. German, is there a possibility that you could get that to Mr. Gutierrez?
I don't have it in front
I'm
of
not
me.
gonna allow that. I allowed that once before. I allowed some time for Mr. Phillips to be given a statute. I'm not gonna allow that anymore. We need to move ahead. If he doesn't have it and if he doesn't know the answer, then we're moving on.
Madam Here Examiner, is it possible if I could put it in Dropbox right now?
No.
You were aware that one of the issues in this case was the difference between what you stated in 2019 as the cost, the total cost for the solar PV, 2019 solar PV 50 megawatts. Is that right?
Objection, Ryan German.
Go ahead.
Yep, Ms. Nanasi misstates the order from 19159. The order was related to the revenue requirement that Mr. Baker reported in his testimony, not Mr. Gutierrez's testimony. And another ground for objection then is it's outside the scope of Mr. Gutierrez's testimonies.
Ms. Nanazi?
Yeah, Mr. Baker is in fact the witness in this case whose narrative is about that, but it's based on the fact that Mr. Gutierrez had a different number, $9.3 million for the same resource in 19159. And I believe that's reflected in the 19159 order.
Sustained.
So Mr. Gutierrez, was the amount for that, did you read Mr. Baker's testimony?
Are you asking in this case or in
Yes,
the previous case?
In this case.
Yes.
Okay. And he addresses the discrepancy between the cost, the total cost for the 2019 solar PV in 2019 versus the current costs. Is that correct?
My understanding is he addresses the cost differences shown from his exhibits.
And was the cost difference based on your testimony in 19159 UT?
So just to be clear, for the PNM owned solar facilities, I use the annual revenue requirements that Mr. Baker calculates to populate the costs in my RPS calculation. So I'm requirement per se for the RPS, my RPS calculations, I get those from Mr. Baker. And that's why he's addressing that in his testimony.
Okay, and thank you very much for that clarification. So basically what you're saying is that you inputted the number that was given to you from Mr. Baker in your testimony in 19159 UT regarding the revenue requirement for the 2019 solar PV 50 megawatts. Is that correct?
I would agree, but I would just want to clarify. In last year's plan, and it's similar to this year's plan, I take the annual revenue requirement that Mr. Baker gives me, and I populate my RPS calculation with those costs.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Gould?
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
I have no questions of this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Yee?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Borman?
Thank you. I just have a few. Good morning, Mr. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Are you familiar with the Manzano solar facility?
Yes, I understand it's an 8 megawatt facility on PNM system that was built in 2013.
Okay. Does PNM use the RECs from the Manzano facility for RPS compliance?
We use a portion of that Manzano facility as RECs for RPS compliance. So of the total 8 megawatts that is built at that facility, we use 6.5 megawatts of that for RPS compliance.
Okay, thanks. Can you point to where in your schedule that those Manzano RECs are identified?
So if you look at my exhibit, for example, in my direct testimony, my PNM exhibit SG2, let's just take page 2 of 3, for example, on line 23, and there I show the 2013 PNM solar PV. There's actually 21.5 megawatts of facilities for that that was built that year, but I'm only showing 20 megawatts for RPS compliance, and that's because 1.5 megawatts is allocated solely for Sky Blue.
Okay. And what is the cost of those RECs per megawatt hour?
So for the RECs used for RPS compliance, you can see on line 23, it's if I take the annual revenue requirement and divide it by the RECs used for RPS compliance, I get $69.80 a megawatt hour REC.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, I have a few questions for you. Could you turn to page 3 of your direct testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. At lines 12 to 13, you say PNM anticipates exceeding its 2021 RPS requirements by 331,995 megawatt hour RECs. Has that changed in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that number has changed. In my rebuttal testimony, I show that banking has increased to 351,703. My rebuttal testimony banking number was based on the Sky Blue RECs of 19,708. So if I were to update that with the 19,016, then I would have a little bit less RECs that I would be able to bank for 2021.
And when you say PNM anticipates exceeding its RPS requirements by that many RECs, are you saying that that's how many RECs PNM expects to generate in 2021 in excess of the RPS, or does that include prior banked RECs?
No, yes, and you're going down the right road. That's just for RECs that are produced in 2021. So just for that year, it doesn't include prior year banked RECs. We would expect a number around 300,000 RECs to be banked just from the production from 2021.
And then if you go to your direct testimony at page 4, lines 19 and 20, has the number of RECs on line 20 also changed in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that number has changed. My direct testimony says 824,472 RECs that would be banked. In my rebuttal testimony, that number grows significantly. Now I'm showing 1,246,640. That is due mainly to adding then the system resources from the Four Corners Solar PPA and the San Juan Solar PPA. That's additional 300 megawatts of solar RECs that we're adding to the portfolio.
And those would be generated only in 2022?
It would be beginning in 2022. Actually, both of those projects are expected to be online sometime in the middle of the year. I think it's around June sometime. So these values shown are a partial year, and so you would get a full year production from those facilities starting in 2023.
Would you turn to Exhibit 1 to your rebuttal testimony, page 2?
Okay.
And I'm looking at line 36. You have total production and costs of $67,744,002. And I'm going to bring up on the screen this is exhibit TSB2, and it is a summary of the 2021 renewable rider revenue requirement. And at the bottom, line 29, there's a total 2021 revenue requirement of $67,769,085. And I'm wondering why those two numbers differ. Are these two exhibits showing different things?
So let me take a look at what you have there on the screen, and let me see if I can understand the differences.
Maybe this question will help. TSB2 is showing the projected renewable rider revenue requirement. Is that what your exhibit is intended to show?
I would say in general, yes, we should be close or almost exact on the total cost here in my exhibit. And so I'm just trying to go down the line here. It looks like our total DG programs, that number looks like it matches. Let's see. So we have our PPAs. So it looks like geothermal 73080. Okay, so that matches. Red Mesa 65875. Namwek 16522. La Jolla. Okay, so those look okay. All of our PNM owned facilities look like that's the right number. DG rec programs looks like that's the right number. My Sky Blue reg asset is shown down below. So looks like if if you add the 67, trying to see if you add on my line 36, 67, 744. I don't have my calculator, but if you add the $25,000 and $25,083 in filing costs and fees, looks like you might get there to the 67769. Where's my pen here? Let me do the math for you here.
Yeah, it does get you there. I confirm that. I have the calculator.
7769085. Yeah. So if you add lines 36 and 37, it'll match Mr. Baker's number on line 29 of that exhibit.
Okay, thank you. Then would you turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 6?
Okay. Okay.
if, and I'm at lines 21 to 23. So if PNM cannot sell any of the 19,016 RECs to third parties, how certain is it that PNM will retire 19,016 RECs for RPS compliance purposes? Is there any factor that might change that?
Not that I can think of. Right now, the 19,016 is a projection. So I think what we'd like to do is find out what the final production is at the end of the year, determine if we can sell any of those RECs. And if not, then we would use that amount for RPS purposes.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Mr. German,
I have no questions.
Ms. Zur,
No questions.
Ms. Nanazi,
No, thank you.
Mr. Gould,
Madam Hearing Examiner, no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Harris,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Yee,
No questions on redirect.
Mr. Borman.
I have no additional questions for Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. You're excused.
Thank you.
And PNM, you may call your next witness.
PNM will call Thomas Baker at this time. And Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'll just give us one moment again to change witnesses in our witness room.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, might you tell us what your plan is for the lunch break?
I plan on breaking sometime around noon, and I'm gonna consult with the court reporter as to how much time she needs for lunch break.
Thank you.
So if we're in the middle of Mr. Baker's cross-examination around noon, I'll probably break. I won't wait necessarily until all cross-examination of Mr. Baker is complete to take a lunch break.
Don't see him yet, just monitoring the screen to try to note when he, I believe Mr. Baker is ready. Just for everyone's information, he's still logged in. The Zoom still reflects that Mr. Gutierrez, but that is actually Mr. Baker, for everyone's information.
I'll rename him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, are you set up, Mr. Baker? Can you hear us? It seems to indicate you're muted.
Mr. Baker, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. All right. I think you might be
Can you hear me?
unmuted now, Mr. Baker. Yes.
This
I
is
can't hear anybody.
this is the court reporter. I'm going to swear you in, sir.
One moment. Mr. Baker cannot hear us
I
yet.
can't hear anybody.
Mr. Baker, I would suggest you
I think
take
they
out
can hear
your
me.
take out the earphones and use the computer audio.
What's that?
Just take your headphones out. It's probably that.
It is.
Can you hear us now, Mr. Baker?
I can hear you. All right. Thanks, man. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm stuck with this cool headset. I had some other headphones I was trying to make work, so I apologize about that.
Okay, sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Baker.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record and your position at PNM?
Sure. My name is Thomas Baker, sorry. I am manager of cost of service for PNMR Services Company.
Okay. And you pre-filed 3 pieces of testimony in this case, correct?
That is correct.
So do you have a copy of what's been marked as Exhibit 4? PNM Exhibit 4, excuse me.
Yes.
Could you identify that, please?
Sure. That is my direct testimony filed in this case.
Okay. And was it prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to make at this time to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Okay. If I were to ask you the same questions today as or in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
With that, PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit 4.
Are there any objections? PNM Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Okay. And will you now look at what's been marked, Mr. Baker, as PNM Exhibit 5?
Okay.
And can you identify that, please?
Yes, that is my rebuttal testimony filed September 16th, 2020 in this case.
Okay. And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make at this time?
No.
All right. And if I were to ask you the same questions today as are in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit number 5.
Are there any objections? PNM Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Baker, could you please, do you have a copy of what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Could you identify that, please?
Sure, that is my supplemental testimony filed in this case on September 21st, 2020.
Okay. And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And are the answers, do you have any corrections or changes to make at this time?
No.
And do you have, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today that are in your supplemental testimony, would your answer be the same?
Yes.
PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit number 6.
Are there any objections? PNM Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Okay. And Madam Hearing Examiner, all of these exhibits have been uploaded to a Dropbox. With that, I would pass the witness for cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Zor,
No questions for CCA. Thank you.
Ms. Nanazi.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Baker.
Good morning.
Could you go to page 10 of your testimony?
Direct testimony?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Let's say for the rest of my cross-examination, unless I tell you differently, I'm referring to your direct testimony. Is that all right?
That sounds good to me.
I want to discuss with you two at page 10 of your direct, you state that to the extent PNM is allowed to recover any carrying charge regarding its claimed Sky Blue regulatory asset via its renewable energy rider number 36, the carrying charge is allowed is 4%, correct?
Can you point me to the line that you're at?
Line 6 and 7.
Of page 10, Ms. Nanasi?
Yes.
I'm not seeing what you just read. I apologize.
You have the 4% carrying charge is consistent with the final order in case number 12-00007 UT. Is that correct?
Yes, that is what my direct testimony says. Yes.
Would you agree that as provided in the recommended decision on remand adopted by the commission's final order in case 10-00018 UT, the commission ordered that in the event PNM decided to use RECs from its Sky Blue wind and 1.5 megawatt solar facilities for RPS compliance because they were not retired by PNM by program subscribers or sold to a third party, the allowed carrying charge would be 4%?
That was a very long question, but let me try to answer it. In the final order in 10-18 UT, the way I interpret the recommended decision that was approved by the final order was that carrying charges would accrue at the 8.64% until RECs have been rolled into or the under collection and the RECs have been utilized and rolled into the RPS rider. At that point, carrying charges would accrue at 4%. And I discussed that in my rebuttal testimony starting in page 2.
Looking at TSB 10.
I'm there.
Am I correct that it shows that the regulatory asset PNM booked for Sky Blue since 2013, when PNM first implemented its current Sky Blue program, is 8 years ago now? Is that right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 years from the end of 2020. That is correct.
This exhibit shows that PNM over-collected the revenue requirement cost of that program by $190,419 in its first year in 2013. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it also correct that this exhibit shows that in each of the next 7 years, 6 years, between 2014 through 2019, PNM under-collected the revenue requirement cost of that program by more than $300,000?
Yes, that is correct.
What do you mean by under-collection of program costs?
The under collection of program costs is the is the excess of costs that are ran through the program in excess of revenues generated from the program.
And does that translate into the fact that you're losing money on the program?
The revenues in the program are not enough to cover the cost of the program. That's how I would characterize it.
So when program costs exceed the revenue, that means that PNM is losing money, correct?
PNM is under collecting program costs.
Hi, this is the recorder.
Yes.
Yes, everyone was frozen and I had been kicked out. Was I the only one kicked out?
Yes.
All right, let me go on speakerphone here and I can continue and I will, I'll figure it out at lunchtime. And I apologize because I have, the witness was trying to find line 6 and 7 on page 10. I apologize.
Oh, yeah.
So can we go ahead?
Yes, do we need to go back then? And repeat?
Yes.
Okay, where was it what was the last question that you heard, Allison?
The witness said, can you point me to where we're at? Question line 6 and 7, Ms. Padilla of page 10, Ms. Nanasi, yes. Answer, I'm not seeing what you just read. I apologize.
Ms. Nanasi, can you pick up with what you think your question was after that?
Yes. I think what we were talking about is that the 4% carrying charge is consistent with the final order in case number 12-00007 UT. Is that correct?
No, the carrying charges of 8.64 is consistent with the final order in the 10-00018-UT case.
And if you could look at page 10, line 6 and 7, could you explain what the 4% carrying charge is about?
Right, no, I understand now. So a little clarification, the 8.64% carrying charge was approved in the 10-0018 UT case, along with the 4% carrying charges as well. The 4% carrying charge on under collections through the rider, the renewable rider, were approved in the final order in case number 12-0007-UT.
Would you agree, as provided in the recommended decision on remand adopted by the Commission's final order on remand in case number 10-00018 UT, the Commission ordered that in the event PNM decided to use RECs from its Sky Blue wind and 1.5 megawatt solar facilities for RPS compliance, because they were not retired by program subscribers or sold to a third party, the allowed carrying charge would be 4%.
That is correct. So I interpret the final order and the recommended decision in case 10-00018 UT to indicate that PNM is allowed to book and recover carrying charges at 8.64% until for RPS compliance, and the regulatory asset is then rolled into the rider. At that point, then PNM will accrue carrying charges at 4%.
Mr. Baker, Some of what you said cut out for me. Could you repeat your answer again, please?
Sure. The 8 point, it's my understanding and my interpretation of the 10-00018 UT case that PNM is allowed to book and recover carrying charges at 8.64% until the point where PNM utilizes the RECs for RPS compliance and thus rolls the under collection into the renewable rider. At that point, PNM will incur carrying charges at 4%.
Can you please turn to your exhibit TSB 10?
I am there.
Looking at exhibit TSB 10, am I correct that it shows that the regulatory asset PNM booked for Sky Blue since 2013, when PNM first implemented its current Sky Blue program in 2013, 8 years ago?
It has been 8 years since the Sky Blue program was implemented, yes.
That exhibit shows that PNM over-collected the revenue requirement cost of that program by $190,419 in its first year in 2013, correct?
That is correct.
Is it also correct that this exhibit shows that in each of the next 6 years, so between 2014 and 2019, PNM under-collected the revenue requirement cost of that program by more than $300,000?
That is correct.
Under collection of program costs, what do you mean by that phrase?
So the under collection of program costs is the excess of costs to run the program in excess of revenues collected through the program.
So when program costs exceed the revenue, that means that PNM is losing money, correct?
I would not characterize it as losing money. I would say PNM is under collecting program costs, is how I refer to it in my testimony.
And so PNM is seeking to recover those under collections in this case. Is that also correct?
In this case, PNM is requesting recovery of the under collection and Sky Blue program starting in 2021.
In the 10-00018 UT case, it's correct, is it not, that PNM estimated that the energy production will match subscription levels by 2015?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to ask if we could go to I put it in the Dropbox. It's not an exhibit, but I would like to show Mr. Baker that under knee exhibits for hearing. And if you could please go to where it says 10-00018 UT post remand final order 12-11-12. Do you see that?
I don't see Dropbox on my computer. Give me 1 second. Well, what page of the RD or final order you're referring to? I might have it in my backup binder somewhere.
It is the recommended decision that's attached to the final order.
Okay.
And if you could please go to page 35, it's the second to last full sentence on that page. Are you there, sir?
No, I am not. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
I'm just trying to check in because, I can't see you exactly. So let me know when you're there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla from PNM. I'm not going to make an objection, but I do want to point out, we were instructed to upload our exhibits and designate the witnesses that would be cross-examined on various exhibits, which is probably one reason why Mr. Baker isn't as well prepared as he might have been had we known Ms. Nanasi was going to cross-examine him on this exhibit.
That's correct, Ms. Nanazi. That was a requirement of my pre-hearing order.
I apologize. I didn't realize that we had to designate which witness we were going to ask which exhibit about. But I did put this order up, not to make it an exhibit, but to reference it. So I am sorry that I didn't understand that we were supposed to designate which witnesses we would be talking to which exhibits about.
That was a requirement. I think it was clear. If Mr. Baker can't get to that within the next 30 seconds or so, I'm going to require you to go on.
So I do have the recommended decision and the final order open. I forgot which one you want me to look up, but I am there.
Thank you. On the final order there, the recommended decision is included. And so could you go to page 35? And it's the second to last sentence on that in the recommended decision.
The one starting with attached to Mr. Ortiz's.
No, that's the last sentence. The one before it says PNM estimates that energy production will approximately match Sky Blue subscription levels by 2015. Do you see that?
I see that statement. Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt the veracity that that was PNM's estimation at that time?
I have no reason to doubt that that statement is true at that time it was made.
Thank you. Can you, going back to TSB 10, please? This exhibit shows PNM is currently projecting that it will undercollect the revenue requirement cost of the Sky Blue program by an additional $338,656 by the end of this year, correct?
That is correct.
This exhibit also shows that if PNM's projected undercollection of the revenue requirement cost of the program is included, the total cumulative revenue requirement under collection for which PNM is claiming a regulatory asset in this case will be $2,271,814. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the reg asset balance PNM is requesting recovery of in this case.
Line 12 of this exhibit and the note at the bottom of this exhibit shows that the total cumulative estimated under collection of $2,271,814 shown in column H includes an 8.64% carrying charge, correct?
That is correct.
Can you please turn to the exhibit TSB 9?
I am there.
This shows that the estimated total amount for PNM's claimed Sky Blue regulatory asset to be $2,317,250,000. Is that right?
That is the revenue requirement of the recovery of the regulatory asset. Yes.
To calculate that amount, line 2 of this exhibit TSB 9 uses the $2,271,814 estimated regulatory asset balance at the end of this year shown on TSB 10 on line 15, correct?
That is correct.
And that total regulatory asset amount includes an annual 8.64% carrying charge from 2013 through to the end of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On line 10 of TSB 9, you've added a 4% carrying charge to that total amount to estimate the 2021 revenue requirement for PNM's claimed Sky Blue regulatory asset, correct?
That is correct.
Since PNM is proposing to recover this regulatory asset as an RPS cost under your renewable energy rider, and considering the 4% carrying charge addressed in the recommended decision adopted by the commission in case number 10-00018 UT, how does PNM justify including an 8.64% carrying charge for the years 2013 through 2020 for its claimed Sky Blue regulatory asset?
Madam Hearing Examiner Leslie Padilla, objection.
Go ahead.
Ms. Nanasi misstated Mr. Baker's testimony about the 10-00018 case.
Sustained.
Is PNM claiming that the commission authorized that in final order on remand, which partially adopted the RD in case 10-00018 UT?
I didn't follow that question. I'm sorry. Can you ask it again?
Is PNM claiming that the commission authorized that in its final order on remand, which partially adopted the RD in case number 10-00018 UT?
I'm sorry. I'm not following that question at all.
So you have just testified that essentially the 2,271,814 is the total revenue requirement that includes the 8.64% carrying charge, right?
No, that is not a revenue requirement. Let me go back to TSB 10. TSB 10 calculates the accumulated under collection of program cost or the regulatory asset. It does not calculate the revenue requirement on that reg asset.
Does it not say on both the title of that document and then all across on the first line, the revenue requirement?
Oh, I understand the confusion. Yes, revenue requirement does not belong in those headers. But on line 15, I titled the line the accumulated over or under collection. That's not a revenue requirement. I apologize for that confusion.
Okay, so are you saying that TSB 10 should be amended to remove the words revenue requirement above the header, all across from, from A to H underneath the different specific years?
So I understand there's confusion, and I don't believe that it should be amended. I'm trying to clarify the confusion that why you might think that the total cumulative under or over collection is a revenue requirement. But on lines 2 through 6, those are revenue requirements. But the line 15 is not a revenue requirement. It's a cumulative under collection.
And on that cumulative under collection, you have a carrying charge of 8.64%.
That is correct.
Now, if you go to TSB 9,
I'm there.
this is also entitled Estimated Annual Revenue Requirement for the Sky Blue Regulatory Asset. And then the first number on line 2, where it says regulatory asset, and it refers to TSB 10, is under the words revenue requirement.
The revenue, this TSB 9 is calculating a revenue requirement on the regulatory asset, which is on line 2. So the revenue requirement on the regulatory asset shown on TSB 10 line 15 is the $2,317,250. Sorry, $2,317,250. That is the revenue requirement on the reg asset calculated on TSB 10.
Okay, so if we can, if I can understand this, which is quite difficult, the 2,271,814 is a regulatory asset that was, since 2013, accumulating a carrying charge of 8.64%. Is that correct?
Yes, PNM calculated a carrying charge equal to 8.64% on the monthly under collection of the Sky Blue program costs.
So that every month when there was an under collection, there was an 8.64% added on, and then that then accumulated ultimately to this 2,271,814 regulatory asset.
Yes.
And then PNM took that number and added another 4% carrying charge to that regulatory asset to come up with a revenue requirement that you're asking for compensation, cost recovery for, of $2,317,250.
Leslie Padilla, objection.
Go ahead.
That question misstates Mr. Baker's testimony in TSB Exhibit 9, TSB 9.
Okay, sustained. Let me suggest that Mr. Baker explains the addition of the 4% carrying charge and why that was done on Exhibit TSB 9.
Sure, absolutely. So the 4% carrying charge shown on TSB 9 represents the carrying charge as the regulatory asset sits in the renewable rider revenue requirement. As I interpret the final order in 10-0018 case, that is the 4% carrying charge that PNM is calculating once that reg asset is in the renewable rider.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How long has that been? How long has that regulatory asset been in that been there?
Been where?
You said that this 4% carrying charge is associated with this 2,271,814 and only has been there since it's been declared a regulatory asset by you, right?
No, the 4% carrying charges that PNM is proposing, we're proposing to start the carrying charges January 1 of 2021. PNM is not currently calculating carrying charges at 4%. It's calculating carrying charges at the 8.64%.
Is it correct that since 2013, PNM has been filing annual energy portfolio reports and annual proposed renewable energy plans with the commission?
I don't know exactly the first year, but 2013 sounds about right. So subject to check, yes.
Okay, and that's for both the reports as well as the plans.
Yeah, subject to check, that sounds about right, yes.
Okay, and I'm going to interrupt for a minute. When a witness answers subject to check, I do not consider that answer to be in evidence unless the witness comes back and says he has checked and that is correct or is not correct. So, and anyway, that's all.
Okay.
So if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer. Don't say subject to check.
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, has PNM been filing annual renewable energy portfolio reports since 2013?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has PNM been filing annual proposed renewable energy plans with the commission since 2013?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, for letting us know that that's your position. It's correct, is it not, that PNM did not inform the commission of the increasing annual or cumulative under collections of revenue requirements costs of its Sky Blue program in any of its annual renewable energy portfolio reports?
I don't know. I don't really deal a whole lot with the Sky Blue the Sky Blue program. That question is better asked of PNM witness Babe.
Actually, let me interrupt. I think this might be a good time for a lunch break. Allison, would you prefer half hour, 45 minutes?
A half hour is fine, whatever you prefer. I'm going to log out. I'm going to reboot my computer, so please let me back in.
Sure. Let's take a break until 12:45. Ms. Nanazi, are you going to ask PNM's remaining witnesses about the recommended decision on remand and the final order in case 1018-UT?
I will ask Mr. Baker one other question.
I'm asking about PNM's remaining witnesses after Mr. Baker.
Can I have one moment and I'll just look. I might ask Mr. Babe, I believe that is that a question on that too as well.
Okay, so Ms. Padilla, I asked that during the lunch break, you ensure that Mr. Babe has those documents available to him when he testifies.
We will do that, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go off the record. And I'm going to leave Zoom on during the break because otherwise I would have to restart the YouTube stream. So just be conscious of that during the lunch break. Okay, Allison, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Nanazi, please continue. Before she begins, however, I want to set out a ground rule, and that is I'm not going to permit any attorney to ask a witness to read a sentence or sentences from a recommended decision or final order just for the purpose of having the witness say it in the record. Or I'm not going to allow a question like Ms. Nanazi asked earlier when she asked Mr. Baker. She read a sentence from the recommended decision. She asked Mr. Baker, do you have any reason to believe that's not true? I'm not going to allow that. I'm not going to take up time at the hearing with that sort of question. If you can rely on what is said in a recommended decision or final order in your brief. Questions about a recommended decision or final order have to have some merit to them, and I'll consider them as asked. Go ahead, Ms. Nanazi.
Madam Hearing Examiner, just briefly on a related issue, we looked on Dropbox and couldn't find any non-pre-filed testimony exhibit that was designated as a cross-examination exhibit for Mr. Meyer. And given the fact that there's been a little confusion about that portion of your pre-hearing order, if any party has one of those exhibits that they're going to use for Mr. Meyer when he comes up, if you could just text me and indicate the exhibit, my cell number, my cell will be on, but it'll be muted. My cell number is 505-690-2966. If you would just do that, and that could speed the process, he'll have that exhibit in front of him and be ready for cross on that exhibit. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Nanazi, go ahead.
Despite the increasing annual and cumulative under collections of PNM's revenue requirements, cost of its current Sky Blue program shown on TSB 10, PNM did not inform the commission of that information between 2013 and its filing in this case. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Who would know the answer to that?
Ooh, possibly PNM witness Babe would be my guess.
Would you agree that if PNM is allowed to recover from all of its customers all of the costs of its current Sky Blue program that are not recovered by subscriptions to that program, plus annual carrying costs as proposed by PNM, that would place all of the risks of an unsuccessful program to PNM's customers and none of that risk to PNM and its shareholders?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Could you go to page 11 of your testimony? At line 6, you say that PNM is proposing to recover its Sky Blue regulatory asset beginning with its implementation of its 2021 renewable energy rider rate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that no RECs generated by the wind and solar facilities used for PNM's current Sky Blue program have been used to satisfy PNM's RPS to date, or will be used to satisfy PNM's RPS by the end of this year?
That's a question better asked of PNM witness Bob A.
Is it correct that PNM and the commission will not know until after this case is decided how many RECs generated by the wind and solar facilities used for PNM's current Sky Blue program will be used by PNM to satisfy its RPS in 2021?
I would agree that 2020, the number of RECs created during 2020 will not be known until the end of this year. That is, yes.
Is it correct that PNM and the commission will not know until PNM makes its 2021 RPS filing or any true-up filings after that 2021 filing that the vintage and cost of any RECs used by PNM to satisfy its RPS?
There's a lot of filings in there. Can you possibly repeat your question?
Is it correct that PNM and the commission will not know until PNM makes its 2021 RPS filing or any future true-up filings after 2021, what the vintage and cost of those RECs used by PNM was to satisfy the RPS?
I would refer that question to PNM witness Bob A.
Is it PNM's position that if the commission approves PNM's recovery of its Sky Blue regulatory asset as proposed by PNM in this case, the PRC will have no authority to deny PNM recovery for any of those costs in future proceedings?
I believe the commission always has the ability to review actual costs that go through the renewable rider. So I would disagree with that statement.
Can you explain how PNM's retirement of RECs from the program for the Sky Blue program for RPS compliance on a first in, first out basis will minimize the use of those RECs for that compliance?
That question is better asked of PNM Bob A.
Is this one also for Mr. Babé? The estimated cumulative amount of RECs from PNM's current Sky Blue program that PNM currently believes will not have been retired for subscribers and will not have been sold to other parties by the end of this year, PNM plans to use to satisfy in RPS in future years?
Yes, that's PNM witness Bob A.
Okay. All right, I will go to another area. Could you go to page 14 then of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. I am there.
On page, actually, the end of page 13, the last sentence, and then going into page 14, you explain that the table that appears on TSB2 on page 14, that the 8.758620 is slightly higher than compared to the projection in 17129 case. Is that right?
Yes, PNM table TSB2 reconciles the revenue requirement for the 2019 solar facilities from the 2018 plan to the updated projected revenue requirement provided earlier in 2020.
Okay. And could you please explain the particular reasons for the $74,829 savings on capital investment shown there?
Yes, so the original estimated capital investment, or the capital cost of the 2019 solar facility, the actual capital cost ended up being approximately 800,000 lower than what was originally projected in the 2018 plan.
I'm asking about the savings on the capital investment. What's the 74,829? What is that made up of?
That is the impact of a, let me see if I can explain this. This is due to lower capital investments. The revenue requirement on the 2019 solar facility is approximately $74,829 lower. Does that help?
And what, do you know what the particular capital costs were less than previously estimated?
The capital cost of the project. I don't know the specific line items or what cost components, but.
And you also talk here about a lower debt rate on line 6 of that table, which resulted in 192,954 cost reduction shown there. What's that from?
So back in the 2018 plan filing, in case number 17129-UT, PNM estimated the 2020 revenue requirement for the 2019 solar facility based on a projected WACC, weighted average cost of capital. That projected WACC included a weighted average cost of debt that was 4.93%. In the updated revenue requirement for the updated 2020 revenue requirement for this same facility was updated for PNM's last actual weighted average cost of debt, which was 4.36%.
What changed that debt rate?
There could be a couple of things that change the debt rate. The weighting of the debt versus equity. So if PNM's cap structure was slightly different, PNM typically targets a 50-50 cap structure, but when it bases its revenue requirements in the rider, we utilize the last known actual weighting. And so the weightings of the debt to equity could slightly change, but the biggest driver of that is refinancing of new debt at lower rates. And that's what's typically driving the weighted average cost of debt down.
Line 7 of that table indicates that PNM reduced the projected operating expense cost of that affordable solar project for 2020 by an additional $278,504. And on page 16, you explain that this resulted in PNM's decision to change the method PNM historically had used to allocate O&M costs between solar facilities that PNM owns, correct?
Yes.
At page 16, you testified that historically PNM allocated its budgeted O&M costs for all of its own solar facilities based on the megawatt capacity of each facility. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say there that PNM decided to change its method for allocating O&M costs among its owned solar facilities after its solar planning group met in February of this year and began discussing such a change. Is that correct?
I don't see in my testimony where I say when the solar facility group met in February. Can you point me to where in my testimony you're talking about?
Well, it's actually both on page 15 at the bottom.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. No, the
No,
PNM
that's
filed
not
in
there.
February.
Actually, it was in your, let's see. Actually, if I could ask you to turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 1, where you answered New Energy Economy Interrogatory 1-1.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla, PNM. Could I just make sure that Mr. Baker has that exhibit?
Yes.
Is this in Dropbox?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yes, I have it.
Okay, and so you you answered New Energy Economy Interrogatory 1-1, is that correct?
Along with the co-sponsor, Gary Barnard, yes, I did.
Okay, if you could read the first sentence under your response, A, if you could read that first sentence, please. Could you read it out loud, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just reading it to myself real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sure. PNM began discussing possibly changing its estimated O&M cost allocation method for recovery of costs related to PNM's owned solar facilities with its solar planning group in February of 2020.
So that in combination with your statement on page 16, is it true then that you, PNM decided to change its method for allocating O&M costs in February 2020 this year?
No, I disagree with that. The decision to actually change the allocation method wasn't made until pretty soon before we filed this case. So probably closer to May or June. Oh, well, May of 2020. The discussions started in February.
Okay, can I ask you to please look at New Energy Economy Interrogatory 1-1, and then I'll read the question that I asked you on B, which is provide a copy of all email and other written communications between PNM personnel addressing those O&M cost allocation method discussions. Do you see that
Yes.
question? I'm sorry,
Yes.
did you answer?
Yes,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
And so, as a matter of fact, you produced PNM Exhibit 1-1B in response to that interrogatory, correct?
Yes.
And this is an email exchange between you and Mr. Mark Brock and also Gary Barnard. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And on February 12th, 2020, you asked Gary or Mark, can you provide a short and simple explanation as to why the number of inverters is used to allocate O&M? Nothing too technical. I just need to put something in my backup binder to jog my memory of asked the question. Do you see that?
Yes.
That is the email, that's the email that you wrote, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the response was, I'm not sure from whom, either, oh no, it's from Mark Brock that says, that is to you at 1:59 p.m. on February 2020.
Yes.
And there it says, it seems to say that the decision has been made that you're going to use this inverter method as opposed to the megawatt method to determine your costs, your O&M costs.
Nothing in this email says that the decision was made to start using the allocation method. This email is really aligned with just gaining a better understanding of that methodology and why, just based on our email string, like why we determine that, are not determined, but why are we thinking that that could be the better methodology to allocate costs. I don't ever say in here like, I approve this method and this is the method we're going to use going forward. There's no determination made in this email.
Could you look at the last entry that on February 11th, 2020, 4:26 p.m. and doesn't it start, it's to Thomas Baker from Mark Brock, and it says, it starts with, these are the inverter counts that we are using for budgeting. And then the last line of that email says, we first started allocating this way with our 2018 budget.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's right.
So were you not allocating that way in 2020, or were you allocating that way in 2018? Which one is it?
No. I totally understand the confusion. So let me clear that up. The Renewable Planning Group, they're the ones responsible for their budget and their budgeting techniques. Their allocation method for budgeting is different than the allocation method I'm using to project O&M cost for solar facilities recovered through the rider. And let me explain that a little bit more. The way PNM budgets the O&M costs for solar facilities is it has two buckets. One bucket is the O&M that is associated with facilities we recover through the rider. And the other bucket is facilities that are recovered through base rates, the 40 megawatt solar facility. That allocation method that they're talking about for budget is really allocating indirect costs. It's not allocating between renewable rider or the 40 megawatts. That's not what it's doing. It's determining how much O&M, indirect O&M, they need to allocate to those resources from a budgeting perspective. And that has been happening since 2018 from the budget perspective. From the renewable rider perspective, I have to take that projected O&M that's in one bucket for the facilities we recover through the rider. I take that one bucket and I allocate it among the facilities that are recovered through the rider. That allocation method has historically been on megawatts in the capacity. Whereas now I am proposing, or not proposing, but I'm demonstrating that we are changing that allocation method to be more in line with the cost driver of O&M, which is the inverters. And so that is the change of methodology that I'm using in the renewable rider, but that is completely different than how they're utilizing that methodology for budgeting purposes. Does that help clarify?
Somewhat.
Okay.
You said 40 megawatts. Were you referring to 50 megawatts in the 2019 solar case?
The 2015 solar facility? Yes, one second. Let me make sure I give you the right megawatts. You are correct, the 40 megawatts, that's recovered through base rates. Yes.
40 megawatts is recovered through base rates, and the 2019 50 megawatts is recovered through the rider?
Yes. I apologize if I misspoke.
Is Gary Barnard the head of that solar planning group?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the cost allocation method change occurred in May of this year. Is that right?
It occurred, give me a second to think about this. No, it had to have been February. Thinking about this now, because I used this allocation method for the renewable reconciliation filing that filed in February of 28. So I misspoke earlier. It wasn't May, it had to have been February.
So these emails that went back and forth in February, that was a decision-making point. Is that correct?
There was no decision made in that email. The decision was made after the emails.
Okay, as a result of that communication.
Yes.
Okay, so it's, just to be clear, in February 2020, you, based on the solar planning group, changed your method of allocation of O&M. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We changed our methodology of allocating O&M between solar facilities recovered through the renewable rider.
And also in these interrogatories that you answered, there's a table that you created. Table, PNM table NE 1-1D. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the megawatt capacity of each of these solar facilities?
So I would refer you to my exhibit TSB 2 and my direct testimony, where I list those megawatts.
Okay. How many inverters do each of these solar facilities have?
The 2011 solar facility has 56 inverters. The 2013 solar facility has 22 inverters. The 2014 solar facility has 30 inverters. The 2019 solar facility has 20 inverters.
Could you explain why is that why the projected 2021 plan has higher numbers for the solar facilities with more inverters? In table 1-1D?
Yes, that is the general approach, is to assign more O&M to the facilities with more inverters, because the inverters are a primary driver of that O&M. So that's why I determined that that was appropriate to allocate O&M based on that methodology.
Do you have personal knowledge about how PNM routinely inspects and checks the inverters at PNM's owned solar facilities?
I have never inspected an inverter before, so I do not have personal knowledge, no.
Is it correct that PNM has software that allows it to remotely check the functioning status of the inverters at the solar facility it owns without having to actually send employees to the site to physically check them out?
That's not my understanding based on my experience with the company. My experience with the company tells me that they do have routine maintenance checkups on those inverters. And when the inverter does need maintenance, it does take quite a bit of personnel to assess the problem and to fix it. But as far as maintaining monitoring the inverters, it's my understanding that they still routinely monitor an inverter.
You have been at PNM since 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you filed testimony in a number of cases since 2018. Is that correct?
I would refer you to my exhibit TSB1 to my direct testimony.
And so the answer is correct. Is that right?
Let me go to, I don't know when my first, looks like 2017 was the first time I filed testimony. Oh, filed 2018. So 2018 was the first time I filed testimony. Yes, ma'am.
Turning back to TSB2 on page 14 of your direct at line 8 of that table, and pages 14 and 15 of your direct, you testify that the primary reason why PNM's estimate of the 2020 revenue requirements for its 2019 solar facility is higher than what PNM estimated in case number 17129 was that when PNM represented the cost of that facility to the commission in 17129, it assumed that it could begin amortizing and providing customers with the benefit of the federal investment tax credit beginning in January 2020. Is that right?
Can you point me to the lines of my testimony that you're referring to?
Well, let's first, we could go to note 2 on that table.
Okay, I'm there.
Can you explain that? What does that note mean?
PNM originally forecasted to begin amortizing ITC beginning in 2020. PNM now estimates it will begin amortizing ITC beginning in 2021. So to elaborate on note 2 on PNM table TSB2, in the 2018 renewable rider case, the 17-00129-UT case, that was filed obviously in 2017. At that time, PNM anticipated it would be in an NOL position through the end of 2019, and which means at the beginning of 2020, it could begin amortizing ITC credits, because you can't amortize the ITC credits unless you're out of an NOL. That estimated time of when PNM will come out of an NOL changed. I'm not sure when it changed, but it correlated closely with the implementation of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay, do you know when that Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was?
December of 2017, I believe.
Well before the filing in June 2019 of the 19195 case, isn't that right?
Yes, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act happened before 2019, yes.
And actually it was used in the 16276 rate case, was it not?
I don't know. I didn't testify in that case.
And just for the record, NOL stands for what?
I'm sorry, net operating loss.
And so the 2020 NOL situation results in an increase in rates as to PNM's customers for that affordable solar facility this year by $762,133 as shown on line 8 of TSB 2, correct?
I would not characterize it like that. No, the beginning of amortizing, or I'm sorry, the impact of not being able to amortize those ITCs during 2020 caused the 2020 revenue requirement to be $762,000 higher than what was originally projected in the 2020 plan. I'm sorry, in the 17-00129 UT case.
Okay. But as of today, your current 2020 revenue requirement for that facility is actually $8,758,620, correct?
That is correct.
And that's pretty close to what you did project in 17-129, right?
There were several ins and outs, but yes, ultimately we get within $84,000.
Can you just explain to me, you remember what was included in 17-129? It was just 8.7 million. There were no, shouldn't that number be $58,620 difference?
I don't follow that. No, I don't follow that.
In 17-129, in the final order, it says that the affordable solar 50 megawatts was just 8.7 million. Was that a rounding number or was that the actual number?
Are you referring to the 8.7 million I refer in my testimony?
No,
Okay.
I'm trying to compare. In 17-129, both in the final order and then the order denying NIMIAC's and New Energy Economy's motion for reconsideration, in both those orders, it says that PNM's solar facility was 8.7 million.
This is the same number. Yes. So the number shown, I'm sorry, the number shown on my table is the exact revenue requirement that was presented in the 17-00129 UT case. The 8.7 million referred to in a final order was, yes, rounded up from this number.
Okay. So in the 19-159 UT case, last year's Renewable Energy Act filing, Mr. Gutierrez used a number that he said you provided to him, which was an estimated revenue requirement for that affordable solar 50 megawatt facility of $9,373,657. Is that your understanding?
Can you repeat that number?
$9,373,657,000.
Mr. Baker, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Okay, I don't know if that's the exact number.
Okay, but it was 9.3 million. Is that right? You know that number?
I do know that number because that is in my direct testimony, yes.
So the difference between the 9.3 million and the 8.7 million is somewhere between, is approximately $500,000 or 600,000. Somewhere in between there, depending on how much that exact $9.3 million is. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your general understanding that when the developer submits a bid to PNM in response to a request for proposal for a solar or wind project, if PNM accepts such a bid, the developer assumes the risk of whether or not it can use the federal ITC and when it can begin using that ITC?
I have no opinion on that. I don't know.
And on page 15, lines 8 and 9, it is important to note that the total ITC available for this facility has not changed, only the time period in which PNM can amortize the credit. That's correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that as a cost of service regulated utility, IRS regulation requires that PNM tax normalize ITC benefits, that it amortizes those benefits over the plant's useful life rather than monetize the benefits of the ITC by taking them more quickly?
Yes, it's my understanding that ITCs are amortized over the life of the qualifying plant. Yes.
So on page 16, you say PNM is requesting the commission to terminate the requirement for PNM to record a regulatory liability because the costs incurred for the PNM owned 2019 facilities are reasonable and approved by the commission. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But in the 19159 case, PNM listed that asset at 9.3 million, and now you are saying that it's closer to what you actually originally projected it to be at 8.7. So shouldn't that difference return back to the ratepayers?
No. So it's my understanding that in the 2020 renewable plan, the commission approved, in the 2018 plan, the 17-00129 UT case, the commission approved this resource to be recovered through the RPS rider. I'm asking for the commission to terminate the requirement for PNM to record a regulatory liability because I have demonstrated in my table on page 14 that the revenue requirement of the facility, though slightly higher than originally projected, is just and reasonable.
Right, but in the 19159 case, if we go to page 12 of your testimony, you cite the recommended decision, and the recommended decision required PNM to put the 9.3 million in costs that PNM seeks to recover from the 2019 solar facility into a to record it as a regulatory liability, and that if in this case you explained what the cost overrun was, then you would get that 9.3 million. But if you didn't, then you should refund it, as says on the top of page 13. But there was no cost overruns except for what you said is only $84,000. So the difference between the 9.3 and the 8.7 is not as a result of cost overruns, is it?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla. I'll object. I think we've gone over this enough, and Mr. Baker has clarified what the actual cost difference is that we were required to demonstrate a reasonableness of in this case. So I'd ask that this question, I object.
Ms. Nanazi?
I don't know that she's objecting. I've never spoken about exactly what the hearing examiner wrote on page 12 compared to what he testified to, and that's what I'm trying to clear up.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
The hearing examiner in case 19-159, as you cite in your testimony, allowed the $9.3 million, but said that you had to keep it as to record it as a regulatory liability. And then in this case, you had to prove the difference between the 8.7 and 9.3 that you were allowed to record as a regulatory liability. First, is that right?
No, I would disagree.
Why?
Because I'm not justifying currently in rates. It's not 9.3 million for that surface. 8.758 as shown in my table. Right, the 9.3 was an estimate at that time. That estimated revenue requirement is updated as part of PNM's reconciliation filing. So I shouldn't have to compare to that old revenue requirement to illustrate that it's reasonable. I'm comparing the original estimate as that was set as a benchmark in the recommended decision that I quote in my testimony on page 12 as what I'm comparing to of what the current revenue requirement, 2020 revenue requirement is for that facility. That's how I interpret that recommended decision.
So is it your testimony that PNM never put the $9.3 million into a regulatory asset? Recorded it as a regulatory liability, excuse me?
PNM never recorded a regulatory liability of 9.3 million associated with that facility. That is correct.
So you only recorded it at that facility at 8.7. Is that correct?
No, that's not what my understanding of the final order in the 2020 renewable plan. My understanding is that the commission temporarily approved that revenue requirement to be recovered from customers until PNM had to prove the difference of the cost overrun, which is compared to the revenue requirement in the 17-129 case to what is currently projected for that facility.
So is it your testimony that PNM will only be recovering from ratepayers 8.758620?
That is what PNM is currently recovering from customers, yes.
Okay, and did it never recover 9.3 million?
9.3 million was in the renewable rider rate from January 1 to, I don't know exactly when the new rates, the updated rates go into effect. I believe it's April time period. But from the time from January 1 to when the updated rates go into effect that are driven by the renewable reconciliation filing, that period, yes, PNM did include the 9.3 million in that revenue requirement. But in the 2020 reconciliation filing, PNM updated that revenue requirement to reflect this $8,758,620 revenue requirement.
Okay, so for how long and what's the difference in the cost to ratepayers between those two numbers?
I don't know what the difference is in cost to ratepayers. The difference in the revenue requirement, I believe I discussed that in my testimony, starting at line 19 of page 15. I discussed the difference is $500,000.
So has that $500,000 been returned to ratepayers?
No, because PNM never collected the $500,000 from customers.
What amount did PNM actually collect from ratepayers between when you estimated that it was going to be 9.3 million and now when you say that the updated projected amount is 8.7?
I don't know. I don't look at it like that,
Why not?
because my revenue requirement is an annual revenue requirement. It's not just for months that a certain cost is included in the revenue requirement.
So when you mistakenly had a higher number, you have no idea how much ratepayers paid more. Is that right?
Objection. I think that's argumentative and it misstates Mr. Baker's testimony. And I apologize. I've had to stop my video because I'm still unfortunately having trouble with bandwidth.
I'm going to rephrase the question. I think, Mr. Baker, the question being asked is, can you quantify the amount that customers, I don't know if you'll agree with this word, were overcharged for that period of time when PNM was collecting a 9.3 million revenue requirement?
Yes, you are correct. I don't consider it an overcharge, but I do not know how much PNM collected during that time period.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yes.
Would you agree that PNM was on notice since the final order approving the recommended decision in case 19-159 that this was an issue?
Yes. I mean, it was the final order in that case that actually caused me to go back and relook at the revenue requirement and understand the changes. So yes, I was well aware that PNM was aware of this requirement.
Can you tell me, is there anybody who is testifying in this case who can essentially answer the hearing examiner's question?
I don't know of anybody who necessarily looks at it that way. So no, I don't know.
It's correct that PNM filed the renewable case in 19-159 UT on June 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
In that case, just a preliminary question, PNM testified that the revenue requirement for the 50 megawatt affordable solar was 9.3 million, not the 8.8 for the same facility approved by the commission in 1729 in November of 2017. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your question?
In the 19-159 case, PNM testified that the revenue requirement for the 50 megawatt affordable solar was 9.3 million, not the 8.7 million for the same facility approved by the commission in 17-129 in November of 2017.
Yeah, in the 2020 renewable plan, PNM projected the revenue requirement for that facility to be 9.3 million. Yes.
How can a February 2020 change in accounting methods justify a June 2019 filing revenue requirement number?
Sure. So I don't consider it an accounting method change. I consider it a change in how I project estimated O&M. The reason I changed the allocation method and on how I allocate O&M, projected O&M, is to better align the projected O&M with how actual costs are actually going to be incurred.
Okay, Mr. Nazi, this is repetitive. Please move on.
Okay. I just have could you please turn back to New Energy Economy Exhibit 1-1 and read aloud your answer, sworn testimony to response number C, starting with the solar planning group.
I don't have an exhibit. Are you referring to the response to the discovery request?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, where am I looking?
The second sentence in response number C, beginning with the solar planning group. That's your response, is it not?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla from PNM. This question looks to be repetitive too. We spent a number of questions already on the series of emails.
Sustained, I think that sentence just repeats what he's already said in his testimony.
Well, I would move then the New Energy Economy Exhibit number 1, the interrogatory answers by Mr. Thomas Baker that was sworn.
Any objection?
I just want to note that Mr. Baker clarified, and it stated in the interrogatories that it was not only Mr. Baker who sponsored it, but it was Mr. Barnard.
Are you objecting?
No.
Okay. NEE Exhibit 1 is admitted.
No further questions, thank you.
Mr. Gould.
Madam Hearing Examiner, no questions for this witness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Oh, sorry, it took a minute to take my mood off. No questions.
Ms. Yee.
No questions.
Mr. Borman.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I do have a handful of questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon. Do you mind if I step away for a sec to grab a bottle of water?
Go ahead.
On the table right here? Thank you. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna direct you to your direct testimony, and specifically your exhibit TSB4. And I'll give you a moment to get there.
I am there, and I did not bring my magnifying glass, but I'm there.
Understood. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to go over any particular numbers. So,
okay.
So this exhibit TSB4, this is the 2013, I guess, what is it called? PNM's 2013 facilities, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think as Mr. Gutierrez testified earlier, the 2013 facilities that are kind of included on this exhibit, that includes the Manzano solar facility?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm looking at the what is it, line 3 of this exhibit, and that is tough to read, but it says, it identifies this as plant in service 20 megawatts PV solar. Can you at least see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that 20 megawatts PV solar includes the 8 megawatts of Manzano, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Oh,
Okay.
no, I apologize. I'm sorry. It includes 6.5 megawatts of Manzano solar.
Oh.
The remaining 1.5 megawatts of Manzano solar is excluded from the renewable rider and collected through the Sky Blue program.
Okay, so and that was actually going to be my next
Yeah.
part of what I was asking you. So thank you.
Yes,
So
sir.
it includes 6.5 megawatts of Manzano, but not the 1.5 that's associated with Sky Blue.
That is correct.
Okay, great. So can you show me is there anywhere here, or maybe anywhere else, where the 6.5 megawatts of solar and the costs associated with that of the Manzano solar are broken out and specifically identified?
Not that I know of. No.
Okay, all right. So regarding the 6.5 megawatts of solar related to Manzano that's included in this exhibit, do you review those costs yourself?
I do.
Okay. Do you know who reviews the costs of the Manzano facility related to Sky Blue?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I'm assuming somebody in accounting.
Okay. And just so I can follow up and make sure I have this right here. You don't know where, certainly not in this exhibit, and you don't know where anywhere that's filed where the costs specific to Manzano are actually broken out from the rest of the 2013 facilities. Is that correct?
That is correct. I would also note that in my review process of the 20 megawatts that's included in the rider, the way the 1.5 megawatt is split up, I kind of inherently review both in a way, because I'm assuming any corrections, which there's rarely any, would be made to the total facility and just allocated between the 1.5. So.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you might be able to infer the 1.5 related to Sky Blue from the 6.5 that you review for Manzano. Is that what you're saying?
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
All right, never mind. I think that's fine. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Baker, I have a few questions for you. Are the PNM owned 2019 solar facilities in operation?
Yes, ma'am.
When did they start operating?
I believe it was periodically throughout 2019. I don't have the specific months in front of me, but it was periodically throughout 2019.
Okay. And then would you turn to your direct testimony at page 14?
Yes, I am there.
I have a few questions relating to line 8 and table TSB2, which you identify as elimination of ITC amortization. ITC is investment tax credit, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What does ITC amortization mean?
So the way I look at it is when a qualifying facility is built, ITC credits are based on the qualifying cost of construction, typically just the solar facility. And so say, for example, it's 30%. Well, PNM recognizes that it has ITC associated with that facility, but it can't amortize that credit until it's out of an NOL position. And so the amortization is what actually is a direct reduction to tax expense once the utility is available or able to start recognizing ITC.
Okay. Would you turn to Exhibit TSB 10?
I'm there.
Okay. Does this table exclude the cost of RECs retired in 2013 through 2019?
Does it exclude the cost of RECs? So I don't necessarily look at it as a cost per rec from an under collection standpoint. I look at total program costs and total revenue and determine an under collection of program costs. I don't necessarily look at it by a cost by rec. That's probably a better question for either PNM witness Dr. Pitts or PNM witness Bob A.
And then do you have that portion of Commission Exhibit 1, which is Mr. Ortiz's supplemental testimony at page 12?
Yes, ma'am, I do. And I have it in front of me now.
Okay. So I'm going to refer you to lines 15 through 20 on page 12. And I'm not going to ask you to read those out loud. You can refresh yourself if you need to. But my question is, doesn't Mr. Ortiz's use of the phrase PNM would recalculate the carrying charges at the 4% carrying cost rate, doesn't that indicate that a 4% carrying cost rate would apply if the RECs are used for RPS compliance, not an 8.64% carrying charge rate?
The reason I don't rely on the this testimony or the final order, or I do rely on the final order, but I don't rely on this testimony where he uses the language recalculate, because in the final order in the 12-131 case, it's my understanding that they deferred all Sky Blue determinations to the 10-00018 UT case. And so that's what caused me to depend on that recommended decision in the 10-18 case rather than the 12-131 case. I mean, obviously it's very clear that that was PNM's position in this 12-131 case, but I felt it was inappropriate for me to rely on this just because the final order deferred all that discussion in the 10-18 case. And the 10-18 case doesn't necessarily use this recalculation language in it.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Padilla, do you have any redirect?
I do, Madam Hearing Examiner, and I again apologize that I'm not on video, but I don't want to risk it right now. Mr. Baker, Ms. Nanasi asked you a number of questions about the difference, and this is referring to your table. Let's get to the page again. Table TSB 2 on page 14 of your testimony. She asked you a number of questions about the difference between the 9.3 million that was an earlier estimate of PNM's projected costs of the 2019 solar facilities and the updated revenue requirements, both in the in earlier cases and in this case. If there were any overcharge to customers through the rider that was set previously, would that amount have been returned to customers when the rate was reset in 2020 when PNM filed its reconciliation?
I'm I'm sorry, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if PNM did quote unquote overcharge customers?
Well, overcharge meaning using the, applying the initial 9.3 million estimated revenue requirement when it began collecting the rider. Would that quote overcharge, because I'm using Ms. Nanasi's terms, would that have been returned to customers when the rate was reset?
I think I understand your question, and the answer is if the projected revenue requirement is higher than what the actual revenue requirement is, then PNM does refund the difference back to customers, assuming the RPS rider as a whole had an over collection, not just this specific facility. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and thank you for that additional clarification. And I just had one, again, speaking of clarification, on your exhibit TSB 10, Ms. Nanasi asked you a number of questions about this, and you realized in the course of that questioning that in the headers of your columns A through G, you have a row that says revenue requirement, correct?
Are you talking before line 1?
Yes. The header across all columns that says revenue requirement.
Yes.
And you noted that does not belong in the headers, right?
It's probably misleading enough to where if I were to do it again, I would take out the word revenue requirement. Yes.
And the header, though, at the top of the page does establish and state correctly what TSB 10 is, correct? It says estimated balance of the Sky Blue regulatory asset.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Zur,
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Nanazi? And make it pretty brief, please. You need to unmute yourself.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'll be brief. You said that PNM does refund if the RPS as a whole requires that. Do you know that there was a refund in this matter pertaining to the $9.3 million?
No. So as prescribed in case 12-0007-UT, the case that established the rider, what I'm referring to is the annual reconciliation or true-up process, where PNM either refunds an overcollection or calculates and collects an undercollection, depending on the revenue requirement and the revenues of the RPS rider as a whole.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, do you know if in this case, the difference between when PNM was collecting the 9.3 million versus the 8.7 million, do you know if there was a refund, an actual refund to ratepayers?
There was no refund given to ratepayers associated with the difference in the original projected revenue requirement to the current estimated revenue requirement for 2020 for the 2019 solar facility.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Gould?
No questions.
Mr. Harris? Okay, I don't see him. Ms. Yee?
Oh, I had it
Oh,
on mute. I'm sorry. No questions.
Ms. Yee? Okay, I don't see her. Mr. Borman?
I have no additional questions of Mr. Baker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker. You're excused.
Thank you.
And PNM, you may call your next witness.
So PNM calls Dr. Heidi Pitts.
Are you ready, Ms. Pitts?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Allison, will you please swear in Ms. Pitts?
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Pitts, can you state your name for the record and tell us your position at PNM?
My name is Heidi M. Pitts, and I'm a senior pricing analyst in the pricing department at Public Service Company of New Mexico.
And can you please identify PNM Exhibit 7 that was uploaded to the Dropbox folder for this case?
That's my direct testimony that I filed in this case.
Was the direct testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections that you would like to make to the direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If the questions that were asked of you in PNM Exhibit 7 were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I move the admission of PNM Exhibit 7, Dr. Pitts's direct testimony.
Is there any objection? PNM Exhibit 7 is admitted.
And I will pass the witness.
Ms. Zur.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nanazi.
I have a couple. Good afternoon, Ms. Pitts.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nanazi.
Can you explain how the Sky Blue program matches a customer's consumption with the subscribers, with the Sky Blue program output?
When you say a customer's consumption, you mean their subscription level to the Sky Blue program?
Correct.
And so what do you mean match that to the Sky Blue program output?
Well, you say on page 4, you talk in the middle of the page around, well, 13 to 16. So I'm wondering how a customer's consumption, depending on how much that customer chooses to purchase, is matched with the Sky Blue program output.
Okay, so this question and answer is talking about the voluntary renewable energy programs, of which Sky Blue is one. And so Sky Blue customers pay a premium on the amount that they subscribe to, and then it's taken out of the fuel revenues because there's an offset in the price to account for the fuel.
And it depends on how much the individual consumer subscribes to, is that right?
Yeah, so if they, for instance, subscribe to 100 kilowatt hours, then when the revenues are, when we receive the amount of revenues for a particular month, we calculate how many kilowatt hours that is connected to by dividing the revenue dollars by 0.017 cents, which is the premium price attached to the program. So that's how it's matched. And then we do the calculations to allocate the ratio of solar and wind that will be retired.
And that premium has been fixed since the beginning of the program, correct?
Yes, it has.
In your recommendations to the commission, it's PNM's position that it's the commission's responsibility to balance the interests between customers and shareholders pursuant to statute. Is that right?
I think that is what the commission strives to do, yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Gould?
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Yee?
I
Don't see.
have one question. Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Pitts. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you, Missy?
Fine. So you just testified about a credit, a fuel credit to offset the price that a customer, a voluntary program Sky Blue customer pays in the premium, right? Is that what you said?
Right. Yes.
There's an offset in the fuel. And I was just going to run back to my office and get the rate tariff, rate 30, I believe. Are you familiar with that rate 30?
Yes, because that's the rider, or that's the allocation process that we do, the breakout of the revenues for rider 30. Yes.
So does rider 30 have anything in it about this offset in the fuel, or is it built in? That's compound. Does rate 30 have anything in the language of rate 30 that talks about this offset?
No, it's how the rec prices that we use to calculate the ratio of wind to solar to be retired, it's built into that.
So the offset for the fuel is also built in?
It is the final rec price that we use to determine the ratio that can be retired of wind to solar has been reduced to get to that final rec price by the fuel clause that's changed quarterly.
Okay, so
that's what I meant.
My recollection is about 1.017.
1.7 cents per kilowatt hour is the price.
1.7 cents per kilowatt hour. Thank you.
Yes.
Pitts. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Borman?
I regret to say that I have no question for Dr. Pitts.
Dr. Pitts, did you hear the question that I asked Mr. Baker that he suggested that I ask you or Mr. Babet?
Yes, I did, although it might have to be read back to me in its entirety, but yes, I heard the reference.
Okay, I'll ask that question of you and ask you if you're able to answer it. I asked him whether Exhibit TSB 10 excludes the cost of RECs retired in 2013 through 2019.
Let me pull up TSB 10 to just see. You know, it probably does not. I think I am the right person to answer this, and it probably does not because pricing has the master allocation spreadsheet that we have kept track since this began in May 2013, and we calculate it in real time. So every month we calculate how many RECs or how many kilowatt hours were subscribed to, how many RECs need to be retired or allocated for retirement, what the ratio is between wind and solar. And it's a cumulative running balance, and we've not changed it in a true up fashion. So it probably is still in there.
Thank you. Ms. Padilla, any redirect?
Nope, it was Mr. German.
Mr. German.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Dr. Pitts, can you explain why there is an offset for fuel in the Sky Blue price or the Sky Blue rate design?
Gosh, it was set up in the original rider in that original case that the prices were reduced for fuel to get to the final rec price but I don't know the rationale behind why it was set up like that in 2010 was when it was proposed, and 2012 is when the case ended.
Okay. Could it be that because PNM added the 1.5 megawatt solar, that displaced the need for fuel on PNM system?
It could be, but I don't know for certain.
Okay. And I want to follow up with you too on the hearing examiner's question about retired recs in TSB 10. Can you explain how through your revenue allocation process that you do each month, could you explain how that works? And the second part of the question is, through that process, are you able to ensure that revenues that are received from Sky Blue participants are allocated only to retired recs? And I can split that question up if it was too compound.
Yeah, can you repeat the first part, and I will answer the first part of your question and then the second part after that.
Sure. So can you just give a summary of the revenue allocation process that you do monthly related to Sky Blue?
Sure. So we receive the amount of revenues that come in through Rider 30 every month, and and the number of customers, and then also the Monsanto generation for the entire facility, from which we can calculate the amount that is set aside or allocated to the Sky Blue program. So with the revenues, we first determine how many kilowatt hours need to be retired, how many kilowatt hours the subscribers have paid for, and we divide the total revenues by 0.017, which is the premium price of the product. And then we account for the education, the Regis, and the carrying costs. And then from that, we have the net rider revenues that we can use to allocate or calculate the ratio of wind to solar. And so with that, we send all that information back. The revenue amount doesn't change, but it's how it's allocated to those different buckets. And then we send that information back to accounting, and it's included in their calculation of the over under collection every month. So it's included in an indirect sense because we maintain a calculation every month of what the Sky Blue share of the Monsanto facility is. And then based on our ratio of solar to wind, how much of that Sky Blue share of Monsanto is actually allocated or used for Sky Blue in that month. And we maintain a running balance of what that rec total is. And in the beginning of the program started before the Monsanto facility was built in May 2013. And so subscribers were paying for it and there were no recs. And so there was no solar being generated. And so we kept track and added a carrying charge that the program was going to have to pay back, if that makes sense, and just did that monthly. So and then because we were calculating the carrying charge on that initial part, which was the solar bucket or the solar rec bucket of generation from Monsanto was negative to start with because the facility hadn't been built. And so the carrying charge was therefore negative, meaning it would need ultimately to be added back in to the revenues the following month. And that's how we keep track. And so the carrying charges on that are, that gets added into that's one of the 5 buckets when we're allocating the monthly Rider 30 revenues. So that's the indirect way in which it's included in the revenue requirement, or the overall regulatory asset over under collection calculation that's done monthly for the program.
So is it true to say then that if your accounting shows that there's an under collection in a month, that under collection dollar amount is the amount that you then refer to PNM's accounting department?
What do you mean by if there's an under collection in a month?
I mean, if the revenues that are received through the Sky Blue program are insufficient to cover the costs of the program.
Well, we don't know about that because all we know about is the revenue that comes in and we allocate it among those 5 buckets. If there is not, it all depends on the REC prices, which are connected to the fuel clause price. As the fuel price or the fuel clause price increases, the REC price decreases for both resources. And so it changes every quarter, the fuel clause does. And so if the revenues that come in are not sufficient, well, if we go through the first part of it where we're allocating the costs to the education and the Regis retirement costs and the carrying charges, if it's not sufficient then to retire a positive amount of solar, like if it looks like we would have to retire a negative amount, then we reduce the carrying charges so that the amount of solar is 0 and then everything that's retired is wind. And so that, we adjust the carrying charge that way.
Okay. And I think this is my last question. So if you don't receive sufficient revenues through the program to retire a certain number of solar RECs, say it's the number of solar RECs that might be allocated to the program, are you retiring RECs if you don't have, sorry, let me start over again. I could tell it was going to be a compound question. Let me just ask it this way. Are you retiring RECs for the program if you do not have sufficient revenues through the program to match those RECs?
Well, the pricing department does not retire the RECs. We just calculate what the appropriate ratio is. But no, if there is not sufficient revenue to cover all the aspects of the rate design, because this allocation methodology is based on the rate design in the rider that was in that original case. So if the revenues aren't sufficient to do all of that and retire solar, then we allocate the revenues to wind. So because wind is the cheaper resource.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Pitts. That's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Zuer?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nanazi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Gould?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Harris?
No questions.
Ms. Yee?
So Dr. Pitts, just following up on this, your last statement about allocating the purchases to the wind because it's a cheaper resource. So just for the record, it's true that the solar resource is a fixed amount at 1.5 megawatts. Is that correct?
That's the amount of the Manzano facility that's been allocated to Sky Blue, yes.
And the amount of capacity and therefore potential energy output from the wind is, I think, 205 megawatts, much more, right?
I don't know. The New Mexico Wind Energy Center, I don't know what their total output is. There's not a dedicated amount to Sky Blue.
So would PNM always want to allocate the purchases to the solar first because it's finite?
Yes, that's what we try to do. But it's dependent on the price of the RECs, which is related to the fuel clause. So if it is too expensive, or right, if the ratio doesn't work out and it looks like, and the initial calculation results in a negative solar REC retirement amount, that's not possible because that would indicate that RECs were being unretired and we don't do that. So at that point, the price indicates that it's going to be all wind that month. But yes, we try for solar first.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Borman.
I do not have any questions for Dr. Pitts still.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. You're excused.
Thank you.
And PNM, you may call your last witness.
Yes, PNM calls Alaric Babe.
Mr. Babe,
ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Allison, will you please swear Mr. Babe?
Babe, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Babe, please state your name for the record and tell us your position at PNM.
My name is Alaric Joseph Babe. I am the project manager and product development at PNM.
Okay. And Mr. Babe will go through your two testimonies one at a time. So first, can you identify PNM Exhibit 8?
Yes, that is my direct testimony.
Okay. And was your direct testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections that you would like to make to your direct testimony?
Only those that I have addressed in PNM Exhibit 9, my supplemental testimony.
Okay. And are you referring there to corrections to the number of available Sky Blue RECs?
Yes, I'm referring to the correction of the 19708 number that I address as part of the REC balance of Sky Blue.
Okay. And with those corrections to the amount of RECs in the balance, is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if the same questions that were asked of you in the testimony were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Other than 19708, yes.
Okay. I move the admission of PNM Exhibit 8.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Okay. Mr. Babe, can you identify PNM Exhibit 9?
Yes, that is my supplemental testimony.
Okay. And was it prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections that you would like to make to that testimony?
The only correction was already mentioned at the beginning of this hearing earlier this morning on page 3. changing on line 18, the year 2021 to 2020.
Okay. And Madam Hearing Examiner, I will represent that that was one of the corrections I mentioned at the start of the hearing, so it's not reflected in the version of the testimony that was uploaded into Dropbox.
Okay.
And Mr. Babe, if the questions that were asked of you in your supplemental testimony were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is the testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I will move the admission into evidence of PNM Exhibit 9.
Is there any objection? PNM Exhibit 9 is admitted.
And I will pass the witness.
Ms. Zor?
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Nanazi?
Good afternoon, Mr. Babe.
Afternoon.
Could you tell me who wrote your testimony?
Me.
Can you look at page 8?
Of my direct testimony?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it correct that it was PNM, not the commission, that developed the 0.017 per kilowatt hour price for its current Sky Blue program?
My understanding is that the price was developed throughout the process of case 10-00018.
So is that true that PNM developed that price?
In conjunction with the commission, and I believe any other stakeholders that were part of that case, I think that that's how the price was determined.
Is it correct that PNM developed that price based on the cost of the NIMWEC NMWEC wind facilities and the 1.5 megawatt solar facility used for the Sky Blue program? And it's
to my knowledge. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, to my knowledge, that price was supposed to represent a blend of both the wind and the solar resources.
And it was also in combination with the forecast, PNM's forecast of customer subscription to that program at that price, right?
That would be my understanding, that there was some sort of forecast to come up with the price.
And as a matter of fact, PNM's testimony was that it estimated at that time that the energy production will approximately match Sky Blue subscription levels by 2015. Is that right?
I would, let me see. Is there a part in the testimony to confirm that, or not in testimony, but in the case?
Well, if
Mr. Babe, if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer.
I don't know.
And did you read the final order and the recommended decision in case 10-00018 UT?
Yes, I have read them.
Your direct testimony acknowledges that in terms of recovering the cost of the Sky Blue program from subscribers, that program has been unsuccessful virtually since the inception of that program in 2013 for the reasons you addressed in your testimony, correct?
In my direct testimony, I do say that the subscriptions to the program have not been enough to collect the balance required by the program. Yes.
It's correct that since 2013, PNM has been filing annual renewable energy portfolio reports.
That is correct.
And it is also correct that since 2013, PNM has been filing annual proposed renewable energy plans with the commission.
That is correct.
is it correct, is it not that PNM has not informed the commission of the increasing annual or cumulative under collections of revenue requirement costs of its current Sky Blue program in any of its annual renewable energy portfolio reports?
My understanding is that the status of the Sky Blue, as far as number of customers and amount of energy subscribed, has been reported. I do not believe that financials have been reported in those reports.
And is it also true that PNM did not inform the commission of the increasing annual or cumulative under collections of the revenue requirement costs in any prior renewable energy plan that has been filed with the commission since 2013 prior to the filing in this case?
That I don't know. Again, I know in the annual reports, the number of subscribers as well as the energy has been reported, but I do not believe financials have been part of those reports.
Okay, and I understand that. I'm asking you specifically about the annual proposed Renewable Energy Act plans, separate from the reports.
I'm not familiar with the plans.
Is this the first case that you've testified in?
Yes, it is.
Have you read the prior Renewable Energy Act plans for ever?
Not the plans. I'm not familiar with the plans.
And how about the filings?
I have reviewed pieces of the filings, yes, or the compliance reports.
Could you please turn to the interrogatories, New Energy Economy Exhibit number 2?
Okay.
And that's exhibit number 2. And I'm specifically referring to the first question, 2-1. Okay. And so what I asked is, I'll read what I asked, and then I would like you to read a couple of parts to your answer. So you answered this question under oath, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I asked you, please provide the following information regarding Mr. Say your name again, I'm sorry.
Babe.
Yes. Testimony. When was the first time PNM notified the commission of the status of the Sky Blue voluntary program and that it was losing money? A, please indicate every case by witness who testified about the status of the Sky Blue voluntary program. B, please cite the case that the Sky Blue voluntary program was approved by the commission. C, please state the date of inception of the Sky Blue voluntary program. Since the inception of the Sky Blue voluntary program, please state by month the amount of money with totals for every year and then a final total for all years, the amount of money PNM has been losing. E, please state all reasons for the fact that PNM has been losing money on the Sky Blue voluntary program. And F, please indicate every case by witness who testified about the fact that PNM was losing money on the Sky Blue voluntary program and that other non-subscribers are subsidizing the program. And if you could just read the second paragraph, which was your answer.
Okay, just
Ryan German.
Go ahead.
So this document has not been admitted into evidence. If Ms. Nanasi wants to admit the entire document into evidence, we wouldn't object to that admission, but I do object to Mr. Babe it into evidence.
Ms. Nanasi?
I'm happy to move the entire document and the answers into evidence.
Let's do that, and that'll save a lot of time. Mr. Babe won't have to go through his answers and you won't have to go through his questions.
Okay, could I just have him read that one answer?
No, if it's admitted into evidence, it's in the record.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, sir.
Wait a minute. I will admit NEE Exhibit 2 into evidence. And then that means, Ms. Nanazi, that I don't want any questions that require him to repeat the answers in the interrogatories.
Okay, thank you. I believe that you just testified before I started asking you about the interrogatories that you were unaware of the testimony by PNM, except to the extent that the numbers of subscribers were written in the reports, right? That's just a preliminary question, right?
Mr. Dorman, say that again.
I just said objection, and the grounds are it's asked and answered, and it misstates his prior testimony.
Sustained.
Could you please tell me in this answer that you have here, you refer to Ms. Chan's testimony in case 19-158 UT, testifying about the status of the program's capacity and to accept new participants. That's your testimony, right?
I do refer to Ms. Chan's reference to the Sky Blue program in that case, yes.
Okay, and when she testified, did she inform the commission about the under recovery of program costs regarding the Sky Blue program?
I don't know. I would need to review the testimony to be sure.
So as far as you know, there has been no testimony regarding the under recovery between 2013 and this case.
To the best of my knowledge, the financials have not been discussed in filings.
Would anybody else who's testifying in this case know about that?
Not to my knowledge.
Why has PNM omitted the under recovery of costs regarding the Sky Blue program?
Objection, Ryan German.
Go ahead.
But so she's assuming a fact, not in evidence, and it misstates Mr. Bobby's prior testimony. His testimony was that he didn't know if it was discussed in prior cases.
Sustained.
Do you know why, if that PNM has not reported that information to the commission?
Objection, Ryan German, same objection.
Sustained.
Considering how much PNM was not recovering in its Sky Blue program costs beginning in 2014 and the potential impact of that on PNM's non-subscribing customers, don't you think it would have been responsible or prudent for PNM to disclose that information to the commission before that balance grew to over $1 million in 2017?
So as far as that, I'm not sure if there were any milestones in place. What I can say is that this is a filing, or sorry, not a filing. This is a program that is in order to comply with Rule 572, that there is a voluntary program offered to customers. And it's been a very popular program in terms of there are approximately 4,000 customers subscribed. So every year as part of the compliance filing, there have been the number of subscribers as well as the energy reported. I'm not sure about the financials. I don't believe those were.
Is it PNM's position that in this kind of situation where PNM has information indicating it is substantially under recovering the annual costs of a voluntary Sky Blue program, that it has no obligation to inform the commission?
That's not really my place to say. I don't think what the obligations are. I believe that those are usually spelled out in the cases themselves.
So if the commission didn't know that PNM was under recovering, how would was it supposed to require PNM to do something it wasn't aware of?
Objection, Ryan German. Again,
Go ahead.
Mr. Babe has testified that he doesn't know what PNM reported to the commission. And to the extent Ms. Nanasi is asking him to speculate about what the commission would have done in response to hypothetical testimony that PNM might have presented in the past, it calls for an entirely speculative and not relevant response.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe that is a disingenuous objection, given the facts that we all know that PNM has failed to report this to the commission. And so I'm asking, I believe that this is appropriate to probe. He's the only witness who's testifying about this program and the under collection and its failure, PNM's failure to notify the commission and really stop the bleeding. And I don't understand how it's inappropriate for me to not be able to probe this.
Okay, I'm overruling the objection with respect to that specific question. I don't think the objection was really relevant to that question. Mr. Babe, do you remember what the question was?
If I could have it restated, that would be great.
Is it possible, Madam Hearing Examiner, that the court reporter could read it back, please?
Allison, can you do that, please?
Second to go back to it. Question, so if the commission didn't know that PNM was under recovering, how is it supposed to require PNM to do something it wasn't aware of?
Sorry, I'm taking 1 second to think about this. So it's my understanding that it was understood in case 1018 that an under collection of this was possible. That would be one reason for the original 2 megawatt size of the program was actually downsized to 1.5 megawatts. So there was an acknowledgement of some of the risk of under collection. PNM tried for a number of years. We did try a win back campaign in 2016 to increase subscriptions, and this is something, as I said, that has been popular with approximately 4,000 customers, as well as complying with Rule 572. So there were a number of positives with the program that's been going on, and as PNM learns about customer needs and wants through other programs that we've been looking at, we determined that now it was appropriate to ask our customers what a different program might look like and come to the commission and ask them for recovery of the regulatory asset.
So you said that the commission was aware that there was a possibility for under recovery. Did PNM, to your knowledge, ever share with anyone that there was in fact this under recovery happening and that it was growing substantially?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you something. In 2016, was there any increase in the subscription based on your PNM's efforts?
Yeah, and actually I will refer you back to my direct testimony. I think that there's a nice illustration of what happened. So if you go back to my testimony, my direct testimony on page 11, figure AJB2. So if we're all there, So the dotted line is the number of participants, and you can see starting in 2016 through 2017, we actually increased customer subscriptions by over 40%. And so this was one way that PNM attempted to increase the energy sales and increase the revenues of the program. However, the solid line, what you see here, these are actual energy subscriptions. And what you're actually noticing here is even though we were successful in our marketing efforts in increasing the participants, most of them only subscribed for a minimum number of energy. So it didn't significantly address the undersubscription in energy sales, which is really the only way to address the balance of the regulatory asset. And that is what gets reported to the commission on an annual basis, are the participants and the energy numbers.
And when you say that there was increase in sales, but not increase in the amount of energy sold, is that because what you learned was that customers were price sensitive and that it was just too costly of a program?
So just to restate, there was an increase in participants, but not necessarily an increase in energy sales. I believe that one of the reasons for that is that customers are price sensitive.
Is PNM's request for recovery of its Sky Blue regulatory asset, in this case, asking the commission to exercise its rate-making authority?
I am by no means a regulatory expert, and so I will say that I do not know for that question.
Is it PNM's practice to mitigate costs for ratepayers?
Again, I don't want to speak on behalf of general PNM practices. I can talk about my testimony here.
Would you agree that if PNM is allowed to recover from all of its customers all of the costs of its current Sky Blue program that are not recovered by subscriptions to that program, plus annual carrying costs as proposed by PNM, that would place all of the risk of an unsuccessful program to PNM's customers and none of that risk onto PNM and its shareholders?
I'm going to object on relevance grounds. The commission decided in the 1018 case that the regulatory asset was recoverable. The question in this case, as I understand it, is limited to just whether the amount can be recovered through the renewable rider. So the objection is on relevance grounds.
Ms. Nanazi?
Yes, I believe it goes to the heart of the matter. And I think it goes to what you and the commission will ultimately decide is if there is going to be a balancing of interests here to share the risk of this unregulatory of this under recovery, and that there is no automatic decision. And so I believe it goes to where what PNM, I believe that the Supreme Court in the PNM versus the PRC case in 2019 talked about that when determining prudence, that the commission, that it was appropriate for the commission to consider the decision-making position of the utility when making that determination. And so I believe it goes to a balancing of interests. I believe it goes to whether, carrying this regulatory asset for this long is one of the main issues in this case.
Okay, I'm sustaining the objection. And at this time, let's take a break and come back at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Allison, are you ready? Okay. Let's go back on the record, and before we resume with cross-examination, I just want to clarify my ruling on Mr. German's objection to make sure everyone understands my ruling a little better. I think it's clear that the commission, in my opinion, in case 12-00131-UT, not 10-00018-UT, I understand PNM may disagree with that, but my reading, and I think this is clear, is that the commission in case 12-00131-UT authorized PNM to create a regulatory asset and to recover costs associated with that in the future as RPS compliance costs. So that I'm not going to allow any questioning that seeks to question that authorization. I think there are issues about whether the costs PNM is seeking to recover through the Sky Blue regulatory asset are authorized by what the commission ordered. But I'm not going to allow any questioning that goes to whether that ruling by the commission should be reconsidered. Okay, Ms. Nanazi, you may go ahead.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Does that mean that all costs associated with this regulatory asset, no matter what, are going to be approved in your mind by the commission?
No, I said, I think there is an open question about whether the amount of whether PNM's request to recover what it has calculated to be the revenue requirement of the regulatory asset, whether those costs are authorized to be recovered under the commission's order, that's an open question. What I'm not allowing, and where I think you were going, was whether that authorization to recover regulatory asset costs should be reconsidered. So you may go ahead, Ms. Nanazi.
Thank you. Is it correct that no RECs generated by the wind and solar facilities used for PNM's current Sky Blue program have been used to satisfy PNM's RPS to date? Or will it be used to satisfy PNM's RPS by the end of this year?
So I'll answer it this way. I think I understand. No RECs that have been retired to PNM Blue or PNM Sky Blue subscribers are used for RPS compliance. Those are for the customers.
Is it correct that PNM and the commission will not know until PNM makes its 2021 RPS filing or any true up filings after that 2021 filing on what the vintage and cost of any RECs used by PNM to satisfy its RPS?
I can say that the numbers that we've provided in the exhibits have been an estimate through the end of 2021. So on the simple fact that those are estimates, we wouldn't be able to give you an exact number until that generation has occurred. That's correct.
If that is correct, is it PNM's position that if the commission approves PNM's recovery of its Sky Blue regulatory asset as proposed in this case, the PRC will have no authority to deny PNM recovery of any of those costs in future proceedings?
I believe that was already answered by PNM witness Baker. It's my understanding that the commission always has discretion, but again, I'm not a regulatory expert, so I would not want to go any further into that.
Could you look at page 4? And you talk about a marketing budget of $75,000 at the top on line 2. Could you tell us who determines that budget and how is it determined to be used and useful?
So that budget was determined as part of case 1018. So back when that case was being discussed, that's when the marketing budget was laid out. I'm not sure exactly what might have gone into that. How it's been used in the past is with a number of marketing activities. There have been direct mailers, there have been commercials, there's been social media. We've done a number of things with it.
And is there someone who's reviewing it to determine if it's used and useful, if that marketing has the desired effect?
I'm not sure how we would want to quantify that. If you could expound on that.
Well, how does the company determine if the marketing that it's doing to try to solicit customer participation is effective?
I think you would have to do a detailed marketing analysis of how many people it's reaching and ultimately in number of subscriptions, I think, but I'm not a marketing expert, so I can't talk to that anymore.
So is it your testimony that you just don't know if anybody's overseeing at PNM if that marketing has been productive?
I know that the marketing department does manage their own budget and their own programs. I'm not sure what metrics that they use.
Could you turn to page 5? Oh, no, page 7, please, sorry.
Okay.
As I understand your testimony at line 19, in each of the years since the inception of PNM's current Sky Blue program, PNM mostly retired wind RECs from the NMWEC resource rather than the solar RECs from its 1.5 megawatt solar resource due to the much higher cost of those solar RECs. Is that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not finding where you're seeing that on page 7 of my direct testimony.
From line 19, actually.
Which is the question, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. All the way to page 9, line 2. Here's you're discussing, and that's what I'm asking you. Is it true that PNM mostly retired wind RECs from the NWEC resource rather than solar RECs from its 1.5 megawatt solar resource due to the much higher cost of the solar RECs?
So PNM witness Dr. Pitts explained how that blend works. And so I won't go into that. What I can say is that over time, because of, well, one, the blend of the program was always supposed to be mostly wind. And two, because of the lower than expected revenues, we do end up retiring more wind RECs than solar.
So am I correct that most of the regulatory asset costs for which PNM is seeking for recovery as an RPS expense beginning in 2021 is associated with the solar RECs from its 1.5 megawatt solar facility?
So I think two things are getting a little bit mashed together here. And so there's two separate issues that I want to call out. So there's the revenue requirement or the balance of the regulatory asset, and then there's also the RECs, and those are really two separate things. And so we should discuss them separately.
Please go ahead and discuss them.
So the balance of the regulatory asset is just that. So every month there is a revenue requirement for the assets in the program, and then there's revenue that comes in. That includes, as was explained by Dr. Pitts, there's a fuel offset and other things that go into that, education and outreach, Regis fees, and carrying charges, and all of that goes into the balance of the regulatory asset. RECs are calculated on how much energy was generated and how much energy has been retired. And so that's a separate balance.
And so is the regulatory asset cost, is it associated with the solar RECs from the 1.5 megawatt solar facility?
So again, the balance of the regulatory asset is really a blend of a lot of things, as was discussed by PNM witness Baker. And so he addresses that more eloquently than I can. What I can say is that the balance of RECs that you see, the 1916 that I believe are available for retirement, those are solar RECs. And I'm sorry to jump in here, but can I clarify a previous question? Is that allowed?
Yes.
So when talking about the marketing budget, I mentioned customers reached as well as ultimately subscriptions to the program. I also wanted to add in there that marketing budget was also used for the focus groups that I discussed in my direct testimony. So we can use it to better learn about the program, what current participants think and what they would be looking for in the future. So I do discuss that. And so that is also part of marketing. So it's not always just in subscription numbers. We can use it to learn to better serve our customers as well. And I just wanted to clarify that because I realized I glossed over it.
Could you, can I ask you on page 13, why did you survey customer at line 17? Why did you survey customers with rooftop solar about the voluntary Sky Blue program?
So if you look in the rest of my testimony, I'm not sure exactly which line, there were multiple tracks in our survey. So depending on which track they were in, they might get a different question. So I would have to go through and actually see where the tracks were. The rooftop solar question was a separate track and Sky Blue subscribers was another track. So we were asking of rooftop solar customers a certain subset of questions, and then Sky Blue subscribers would get a different subset of questions. They were just combined in the same survey.
But did you find out that people with rooftop solar would not buy into the Sky Blue program?
I don't think that was a line of questioning in the survey. I would have to go through and look at the exact results. So yeah, really what we were looking at was of customers that were interested in voluntary programs, would they be interested in Sky Blue or would they be interested in something like rooftop solar? So we were not trying to get to the bottom of if rooftop solar customers wanted Sky Blue. That was not a line of questioning that we were interested in.
On page 16, is it your testimony that the more customers understood about the Sky Blue program, the less satisfied they were?
Can you point me to the line? I think I'm with you, but I just want to make sure.
It's basically lines 9 through 14.
9 through 14.
But maybe even more specifically, 11, 12, and 13.
Yes. So this was a really interesting thing that we found out. We did a linear regression analysis of the survey results, and we found that the more Sky Blue customers wanted to know about Sky Blue, the less satisfied they were. And what this says to me is that this really speaks to the complex nature of the program. So if they really wanted to understand, for example, how the blend of wind and solar RECs occurs, or how that is interconnected to the PNM grid, that would be a driver for dissatisfaction, because the program in and of itself is so complex.
When did you start working for PNM?
I started with PNM in 2017.
And to your knowledge, did you, or to your knowledge, did anybody else ever raise the issue of, hey, we're under collecting for this program and people are dissatisfied with this program. Shouldn't we revisit this program?
So no would be my quick answer. And you know, as I've mentioned before, you know, there were 4,000 customers that are still subscribed, and as our survey shows, of those customers that are currently subscribed, they're very satisfied with the program on the whole.
Because it brings them close to 100% renewables, right?
Yes, it's a voluntary program in order to increase their use of renewable energy.
And is their desire for the program has to do with climate change and addressing having more renewables on PNM system, right?
That would be my understanding. I think that individual reasons for subscribing could be different. We have everyone from residential customers up through large commercial and industrial customers as well. So all of their reasons for subscribing may be different.
On page 21, line 3 to 7, you testified earlier that PNM's current Sky Blue program regulatory asset is currently increasing about $18,000 per month due to low subscription rate and other reasons that you addressed earlier. Is that right?
Yes, you know, that's an average value of the growth of the regulatory asset based on past values.
Okay, and so as I understand it from the top of page 22, PNM is not committing to make a filing with the Commission for a Replacement Program by the fourth quarter of this year. Is that also correct?
We're not looking to file a program in 2022. I think that we are, you know, but all of this is part of discussions of a replacement.
I'm asking about 2020, this year.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I might have misspoke. Yeah, no, and I'm not planning a filing in the fourth quarter of 2020 right now. We are still studying this issue.
So unless otherwise ordered by the Commission in this case, PNM's Sky Blue program would continue to accumulate an increasing regulatory asset balance by approximately $18,000 per month until the Commission issues an order providing that PNM stop it.
I would say that that's a possibility until there's a replacement program, and unless Sky Blue substantially increases energy sales, then the the regulatory asset balance will continue to increase at a low level of subscriptions.
I know that you said that there was some uptick in subscriptions in 2016, but not really since then. If past education and marketing didn't really work to increase the energy consumption of renewables in the Sky Blue program, you say here right before your conclusion on page 23 that you would suggest a robust customer education program, but will there be any analysis of what you have done in the past and its efficacy?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always have to look to lessons that you've learned based on prior experience. So that would definitely be something that would be done as part of any sort of marketing in the future.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Gould.
No questions for this witness.
Mr. Harris?
Yes, I do have a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. How do you pronounce it?
Babe. Just pretend it's a Y, just pretend it's a Y, and it makes it a lot easier.
Okay, I apologize. You know, I have some follow-up questions on page 7. You know, starting with line 3, you explain that PNM is taking steps to develop a replacement alternative to Sky Blue. Why are you thinking about developing a replacement or alternative?
So I think that we can see from the relatively low subscription levels that you know, our customers might be looking for something else from PNM, and so we've worked with other customers in the past, for example, with the large customers that are part of Solar Direct, and customers are looking for maybe more innovative solutions. And so we realize, one, that Sky Blue is probably not sustainable through its expected 20-year life, and therefore what we're recommending is to, one, we did survey our customers, and two, to develop something to meet their needs of today.
Okay. And have you given any thought to what the impact of the increased portfolio requirements going to be on demand for the program?
Yes, absolutely. And that's when it gets a little tricky, because we're trying to balance customer needs with system needs. And so we do have an internal group that's looking at that, but that is definitely something that we're considering.
Yeah. Have you reached any conclusions of whether that is going to, what kind of an impact that could have on the existing program?
Sorry, the existing Sky Blue program, you mean?
Yes.
So we would, I can't speak to any impacts on the existing Sky Blue program, but what I am expecting is that a program, or possibly programs, would fully replace the current iteration of Sky Blue. And we would need to make sure that those customers have somewhere to go if they so choose.
Okay. And you don't have any idea when that proposal might be made?
You know, I don't. We are currently working on it internally, but I do not have a date right now of when there'll be a final proposal.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Yee?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. You just testified, Mr. Babet, about balancing customer interest versus system needs. So customer interest must be those things you're trying to determine through the survey. What are the system needs?
So the system has to remain safe and reliable at all times. You know, other than that, I would have to pass to experts on the system here at PNM, of which I'm not.
But are you in charge of developing new programs?
Yes, I do work on new customer programs here at PNM.
And you don't know what the system needs are?
Again, the system needs are many and varied. You know, always at the heart is safety and reliability of the system. And of course, there are other requirements, especially as we move through the Energy Transition Act on incorporating new generation sources, but that's really outside of the scope of my expertise.
Okay, and you testified about the survey having, or the outreach having some encounters with rooftop customers.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't clear on whether the line of questions that you talked about being assigned to the rooftop customers was trying to find out if was trying to find out about their interest in Sky Blue. Was that one of the objectives?
No, that was not one of the objectives. The main objective was to understand rooftop solar customers' current satisfaction with their rooftop solar system. That was one of the questions, for example. We're not trying to move them into another program.
Okay. And do you know if any rooftop customers are somehow subscribers to Sky Blue? Do you know that?
There definitely are some, for sure. You know, for actually as a reference, there's as part of my direct testimony, we included in the report on the survey some of the voice of the customer. So these were verbatims pulled out. And there was a customer reference there that says, you know, as a rooftop solar customer, I don't typically pay anything for Sky Blue. It's only if on a given month, for example, their solar didn't cover all of their usage. And so they're able to cover that with Sky Blue. So they're always at that 100% renewable. So they seem pretty satisfied, but it's a very small commitment from them. So you can be both for sure.
Did you find that out from the survey, or did you already know that from other sources?
I knew that from other sources as well. I know a few people who have both. But again, if you're offsetting all your energy already, there is no Sky Blue subscription cost on that month.
So is this survey that you testified about in your you know, direct testimony? Oh yeah, starting on page 13. Is this in the regulatory asset? Is it part of the regulatory?
Sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay, so page 13 of my direct testimony, and what's the reference?
This whole customer survey that you're describing here, starting on page 13. Are the costs of that customer survey a part of the regulatory asset that the PNM is trying to cover in this case?
The costs of administering the survey?
Sure.
Is that the question?
Yeah, I'll say that out as an element.
So short answer, I don't know. I think it may have been part of the education budget, but I'm honestly not sure.
So who would know the answer to that question?
So we would have to talk with marketing, who helped us put together the survey and administer it to our customers.
So is there someone on the witness list of this case from PNM that would know the answer to that question?
No.
All right, so what are the other cost elements of the customer survey?
What were the costs of the customer survey?
What are the other cost elements other than the one you just discussed?
So I'm not totally sure about what the cost breakdown was of the administration of the survey. It was done via Qualtrics, so it's an online platform, and so we put the questions on through there. It was administered electronically. I can tell you that much. As far as line item by line item, I'm honestly not sure.
So would Mr. Baker know?
I don't believe so. I can tell you that the survey was administered and the report was done by internal employees. So that's really as much detail as I have to share. So it wasn't a third party exercise, if that's the question.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Borman?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I do have some questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Babe.
Afternoon.
Let me go to. Do you have your supplemental testimony available?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and in specific, I'm talking about Exhibit ABJ1.
Okay, is that the table of the regulatory asset balance?
Well, I think what it shows, to me, it shows that the
Oh,
Monsanto
I see. Yes,
production,
sorry, I
and
see it
then
now.
on the next page, and how much is allocated to Sky Blue and to, yeah, okay, do you see that?
Yes, I see it now. Sorry, I was on the wrong page. Yes,
Okay.
it's the Monsanto facility and the Sky Blue facility.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. So, so now this shows the allocation of both Monsanto and of the New Mexico Wind Energy Center to Sky Blue by month since 2013. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. This is only
Okay.
Monsanto.
So this is only Monsanto.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then let's talk about Monsanto. It appears that at least starting in early 2016, there are a number of months when no Monsanto production was allocated to Sky Blue, correct?
So I think what you're referring to is the third table, so page 2 of 2. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So it's not that there was no generation allocated to Sky Blue, it's that Sky Blue was not able to retire any solar RECs in the months February through June of 2016.
You say it was unable to retire any solar RECs. Why would that be?
So as PNM witness Dr. Pitts explained, the way that the blend works depends on the revenue that comes in, the revenue that is generated by program subscriptions, and then you remove the education and the Regis fees, and then you're left with a price that you have to blend the RECs with. If you do not have sufficient revenue to retire solar RECs, then you can only retire wind RECs for that month.
So what I guess that suggests is that the solar RECs are more expensive than the wind RECs?
That's true.
Okay. And then if the solar RECs are more expensive than the wind RECs, that means that so solar RECs then, those just go into the regulatory asset, is that correct?
It doesn't go into the regulatory asset per se. The balance of the reg asset is really the revenue requirement minus the revenues that you receive, and then things like the carrying charges. The RECs are a separate accounting mechanism, and so that's what I said previously about trying to discuss them separately.
Okay, but I mean, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, does the reg asset that exists now for Sky Blue, is that a function of whether or not the Monsanto RECs were allocated to Sky Blue, or the wind RECs were allocated to Sky Blue?
It's a function of the energy sales in the program. And so that's the balance of the regulatory asset is really only tied directly to the revenues, or the revenue requirement, as well as the revenues generated by subscriptions. And then after that dollar amount that you have for RECs is eventually what leads to the blend. And in this case that we're referring to here, not retiring solar RECs. So they're sort of separate things.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the REA was amended last year to exempt any voluntary energy from the RPS rider?
So I'm not sure about that. I do understand that through the Energy Transition Act, that subscriptions to voluntary programs are removed from the RPS calculation.
Okay. So have you noticed any change in Sky Blue participation in the last year?
So if we could go back to my direct testimony,
okay.
To page, I believe it was page 11, in that figure AJB2.
I'm going to that right now. Okay, got it.
So if we look at that dotted line, we can see a fairly steady rate of attrition here. And what this was, and I don't have the most up-to-date figure as far as what it is today on the spot, but you can see that approximately 10 customers do leave the program every month. And this is actually, though, this is right in line with the historical figures. If you look from approximately December 14 through, what would that be? Probably June or July of 2016. We see a similar attrition rate. So I haven't noticed any jumps this year. It's really that same attrition rate from the program.
Okay, just looking at this figure, AJB2, it looks like there was a kind of modest attrition between, I guess sometime, say August 13th, down to a little past May 16, and then a jump up to close to September of 17, and then a resumption of modest attrition, I guess.
Yes.
Is that what you're describing to me?
Yes, that's what I'm describing.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing that you're describing here. Okay. Let's look at your supplemental testimony, page 4, lines 1 to 7.
Okay, page 4, lines 1 to 7. Okay.
And there you identify 652 RECs that have expired and are no longer eligible to be used for RPS compliance.
Yes.
Do you know why those RECs were allowed to expire?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if the cost of renewable energy associated with those expired RECs is included in the Sky Blue regulatory asset?
I don't know. No. And again, I think of them as separate issues. I think that these RECs are not available for retirement in any future case as per the REA, but I'm not sure about the costs.
Well, is PNM seeking any of the costs associated with those expired RECs as part of its regulatory asset that it's seeking recovery for in this case?
So again, I think of these as two very separate issues. As PNM witness Baker explained, there's the balance of the regulatory asset, which is the revenue requirement and the revenues along with carrying costs. And then there's also a balance of RECs that we could sell or use for RPS purposes in future years.
And if you had sold those RECs or retired them or done something with those RECs, would that have impacted the regulatory asset balance?
So a sale of the RECs would be used to reduce the balance of the regulatory asset by whatever the sale price is.
Okay. Okay, so if you had sold them, for instance, or instead of allowing them to expire, that would have reduced the value or the amount of the regulatory asset.
Yes, any sale of the RECs could be used to reduce the value of the reg asset. And I discussed that somewhat, I believe, in my supplemental testimony with the sale of the 40 RECs in 2016. So the $200 from that sale was used to reduce the balance of the regulatory asset, as an example.
Okay, in your opinion, should PNM customers have to pay for expired RECs?
So again, I don't think that it's a payment for the REC necessarily. What's being asked for in this case in 572, or sorry, as per Rule 572, is the recovery of the balance of the regulatory asset. And I think that the RECs are a separate issue from the recovery that's being requested here.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, there are 19,016 Sky Blue RECs available to be retired in 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Will any of those RECs expire if they are not retired by the end of 2021?
Yes. If you look at my supplemental testimony, exhibit AJB1 at the bottom of that page. So you can see where I've sort of circled and highlighted that number of 652. So that 652 has already been removed, and that's what gets us to 19,016. However, I've also included on this, there's approximately 653 RECs the next year, 629 RECs the year after that. So if they are not retired or sold, you can see the roll off of the RECs as part of that balance of RECs.
Okay, so, and to make sure that we understand and we're on the same page and I'm understanding everything you're saying, that's at the bottom of page 2, the table that says annual Regis generation and retirements, and the column that says proportional SB unretired. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true, yes.
Okay, and the 652, those are the 2015 RECs. And then the 653 that you just referenced, that's the 2016 RECs that would roll off this net in 2021.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me just scroll through my notes here real quick. So I guess one question is that this exhibit that we've been looking at, it is ABJ1 as part of your supplemental testimony. This talks about the only the Manzano allocation to Sky Blue, correct?
Sorry, you broke up there for a second. I think you said it's only the Monsanto facility. Is that correct?
That's what I asked. Yes, that's what I asked.
Yes, this table only talks about the Monsanto facility.
Okay. Do you have, does PNM have a breakdown of any other RECs that would be retired for Sky Blue by resource and by month?
Yes, I believe so. Dr. Pitts is the one that has the blend of RECs on a month-by-month basis, and so that would be where I would look for that.
Okay. And would her, I think I'll skip that. I think those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Bobby, I have some questions for you.
Okay.
You were asked some questions by the attorneys about PNM is considering a replacement program for Sky Blue. Can you commit to doing that by a particular date?
I can't commit to a particular date at this time. I can say that it's something that we're currently working on, and we realize that it's something that we need to be able to propose.
Would you turn to your supplemental testimony at page 8?
Yes. Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And I'll just read the sentence starting at the end of line 2. As I also explained above, it would not be appropriate to divide up the regulatory asset based on what portion may be considered RPS compliance costs. So I now want you to look at, I sent out an email giving notice that I might ask you questions about paragraph G of the recommended decision in case 12-00131-UT. So would you bring that, do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes.
Do you have paragraph G in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay. Doesn't that paragraph G state, authority is hereby granted to record the costs associated with any such residual RECs as regulatory assets and recover such costs as RPS compliance costs? Isn't that contradictory to what your testimony says?
So
don't the costs that you seek to recover have to be RPS compliance costs under paragraph G?
So I think that the cost that we're asking the commission to consider the balance of the regulatory asset RPS compliance costs. I believe that my statement was referring to the RECs, simply using the RECs and tying that directly to the regulatory asset balance.
But doesn't paragraph G also say that the costs that you're being authorized to recover are costs associated with such residual RECs? Don't you read that to say what you're being authorized to recover is the costs of the RECs, and I'm not sure what associated costs would be, but I read that to be basically the costs of the RECs, maybe Regis fees associated with that. How do you read that differently?
So let me review here. So again, I think of these two as being different, as PNM witness Baker also discussed. So my thought is that there's the regulatory asset balance, and we're asking that the commission consider that balance an RPS compliance cost. And then if we can reduce the REC balance either through a sale, so for example, if those RECs are sold, then they would be used to reduce the cost of the regulatory asset, but it's not a direct one-for-one link between the two. I think that's the nuance that I read into this.
Okay, I don't see any language in that paragraph G that allows PNM to recover the revenue requirement of the regulatory asset. Where do you read that? How do you read that?
So my understanding is that really comes from case 10-0018. And it was my understanding that in the 12-131 case that the decision on Sky Blue was deferred to the 1018 case. So in the 1018 case, I do see that there is a regulatory asset, and the balance of that regulatory asset should be recovered as an RPS compliance cost. That's my understanding.
Okay. Would you turn to your supplemental testimony at page 7?
Yes.
At lines 14 to 15, you state that the NMWEC RECs that are not retired for Sky Blue are retired for RPS purposes each year. So does PNM recover the cost of those RECs in the year in which they're retired?
Does PNM recover the cost of those RECs in the year that they were retired?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so, but I don't know. I'm not involved with the recovery of the RPS RECs.
Okay. I'm going to show you going to bring up page 9 of Mr. Baker's testimony. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And do you see where, starting on line 19, he says program costs consist of, and then one of the things that he lists are energy purchases under the NMWEC PPA. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So let's assume, I'm asking you to assume that PNM recovers the cost of the Sky Blue PPAs in the year they are retired for RPS purposes. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a double recovery to the extent that the costs of the NMWC PPA are recovered through the regulatory asset?
No, and I think I'm going to answer this. Please let me know if I'm misconstruing something. So the NEMWEC costs, when we retire those are fully recovered through the subscribers of the program. Those are not RPS compliance costs. So if RECs are if NEMWEC RECs are retired for Sky Blue, those same RECs are not used for RPS compliance. I believe what is stated is that if there are excess NEMWEC RECs that are not subscribed through Sky Blue, then we recover those through the RPS rider. So it's sort of, we would definitely not double count or double recover RECs when we retire them.
But you haven't, PNM hasn't produced, I mean, Mr. Baker's testimony says, again, that part of the costs of the regulatory asset are costs of the New Mexico Wind Energy Center PPA. And I haven't seen, if you can point me to something that shows that you aren't double recovering to the extent you use New Mexico Wind Energy, you have used New Mexico Wind Energy Center RECs, you have retired them for RPS purposes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one time, the last part?
Okay, can you point me to anywhere in PNM's filing, including the testimonies, that shows that the costs of New Mexico Wind Energy RECs that have been retired for RPS purposes, which you say they have been.
Okay.
Can you point me to anywhere that shows that those costs are not being recovered through the Sky Blue regulatory asset?
I think that the only way to do that would be to look at the compliance filing and look at the actual RECs and the certificate numbers that were retired for RPS purposes versus those that were retired for Sky Blue purposes, because there is a definite separation between RECs that are retired for if we're just talking about NEMWEC, we retire a certain amount for Sky Blue, and then we can retire the rest for RPS, but there is not an overlap.
Okay, but is that evidence in the record?
I believe it would be part of the compliance filing. So we would have to go through and look at the certificate numbers of the RECs, how many were generated for that vintage, and then how many were retired of that vintage to make sure that there is no sort of no overlap. But I'm confident that there is not.
You're confident that no costs of the wind RECs retired for RPS purposes are being recovered through the Sky Blue regulatory asset?
I'm confident that there's not a double counting. Yes, that there's, if RECs are retired for RPS purposes, those are different than Sky Blue RECs. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm confused because of Mr. Baker's testimony, where he says that one of the costs included in the Sky Blue regulatory asset is the cost paid under the NMWEC PPA, which includes, I think it's unbundled cost for energy and RECs.
I would have to refer that back to Mr. Baker then at that point. My understanding of it is that there are, if Sky Blue subscribers are paying a certain amount into the program and we're retiring RECs for them, we are not retiring those same RECs as RPS costs. That would be a double counting, and that should not occur.
Okay, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your testimony on page 7, lines 14, 15, where you say New Mexico Wind Energy Center RECs that are not retired for Sky Blue are retired for RPS purposes each year. So my question is that Exhibit 10 to Mr. Baker's testimony, does that exclude the cost of these New Mexico Wind Energy Center RECs that were retired for RPS purposes?
So I believe I would have to consult with Mr. Baker to be fully sure, but again, those should be separate things. So the recs that are retired for RPS purposes are not part of Sky Blue inherently. So that's my understanding, and please let me know if I'm missing something here.
And then would you turn to your Exhibit 1 to your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
And can you, this is the bottom of page 1 going to the top of page 2.
Mm-hmm.
For 2013, how can the allocated Monsanto production used by Sky Blue Rider exceed the amount allocated in 2013 to the writer?
So I believe this was discussed, and let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. So if we're looking at on the bottom of page 1, 2013, the total is 657. And if we look on page 2 at the top, a similar chart, the total for 2013 is 1,656. Am I in the right place?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe that PNM witness Dr. Pitts explained this somewhat. So the Sky Blue program started in May of 2013, but the solar facility was not online until October of that year. And so essentially we were able to book or sort of bank the solar recs that Sky Blue was owed in those first years, and then we used it in from vintages thereafter to retire the correct amount of recs for every month that the program needed it.
Okay. And then would you turn to the bottom table on page 2 of that exhibit that's titled Annual Regis Generation and Retirements?
Yes.
Okay. So am I correct that this table shows that all recs associated with 2013 and 2014 generation have been retired?
That's correct.
Okay. Were any of those recs retired for RPS compliance?
I believe so. I would have to go through and check, but I believe that some of them were.
Okay. So, well, so am I correct that the last column shows that I added up all the numbers in the last column that's titled proportional Sky Blue unretired? And I came up with 6,674. And I'll just ask you to accept that. I don't think the precise number is important for purposes of my question. So does that mean that there are only 6,674 Sky Blue recs available to be retired?
I think that if we accept this 1.5 megawatt as part of the full 8, and if you add all those up, that would be the number of recs that are available from only the Sky Blue portion of Monsanto. So that 1.5 megawatts of generation. What it doesn't account for is what the program has produced over past years.
Okay, I guess I'm not following you. Let me ask the question a different way. You say in your supplemental testimony that the number of Sky Blue RECs PNM seeks to retire for RPS purposes is 19,016.
Yes.
Okay, so, but I read that bottom table on page 2 as saying there are only 6,674 unretired Sky Blue RECs. So so I'm not understanding that.
Yeah, I can try. So so there's two things going on here. So the first one, which is what Dr. Pitts explains, is the monthly allocation of the Sky Blue generation. And so that's what we see on the second table of page 1. And so if we total all of those up, we can see that approximately 25,000 megawatt hours, again, assuming the estimated generation through this year, there's approximately 25,000 megawatt hours that could be attributed to the 1.5 megawatts of solar. On the second table, or sorry, on the top table of page 2, we've only retired 5,252 megawatt hours through the Sky Blue program. We also sold 40 megawatt hours in 2016. So that's what gives us sort of this this delta of what the 1.5 megawatts has generated since the beginning of the generator and what it's retired. What I'm showing here on this bottom table is I'm trying to look at the Monsanto facility as a whole because it's one single 8 megawatt generator. And then I'm just applying however many RECs have been unretired through the years, and doing that 1.5 to 6.5 ratio, or 1.5 of the 8 to come up with that. So there is a discrepancy there. The program in essence, I could say is owed more than the unretired RECs, only if we use this allocation through the years. However, we can see here the full value is a lot closer at 18,000 from the Monsanto facility as a whole, not this Sky Blue portion of it. So I think that's where the discrepancy comes in.
So you said earlier that this bottom table on page 2 shows that all RECs generated in 2013 and 2014 have been retired.
Yes.
Okay. So Exhibit 10 to Mr. Baker's testimony includes in the regulatory asset balance costs for 2014 at least.
Okay.
So why should PNM be allowed to recover costs from 2014 when you've already retired all the RECs for that year?
So I think we touched on this earlier, and I don't think it was touched on by me, but PNM attempts to use a first in, first out method when retiring RECs. And so the thing that I would keep in mind is the Monsanto facility is a single 8 megawatt generator. And so there's a difference between when we look at the RECs that are generated, it's generated by the 8 megawatts. There is not a single Sky Blue generator that's wholly separate. And so there's a difference between the solar RECs, I guess, allocated to the program as per Dr. Pitt's monthly calculation, and then the total generator, which can be used for RPS purposes. And so, I think it's probably a matter of interpretation when we talk about what is the balance of the RECs in the program versus the balance of the RECs at the full Monsanto facility. And so that's the discrepancy that I think is being manifested here. Is we're seeing there's a number of RECs associated with the Sky Blue program, and then there's the actual certificates that are still in the Regis system that are available for retirement. So I don't, did I answer your question? I apologize. I know that there's a lot here.
So you're saying that the 19,016 RECs available for retirement are associated with the entire 8 megawatts of Monsanto?
Sorry, no, that the 19,016 RECs are associated with just that running, I would call it that running accounting treatment of the Sky Blue program. So how many RECs were could be allocated to Sky Blue on a monthly basis versus how many were retired through the program. The table at the very bottom, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see it how the REC certificates are actually generated, which is as part of the whole 8 megawatt facility. So we could still, you know, for example, there might be, and I'd have to go through here and see. So, you know, oh, that doesn't make sense. And I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself here when I'm going through 2014. So there's a running accounting balance of RECs allocated to the program, just to the program, not to the Monsanto facility. And then there's the actual REC certificates that are retired either as part of the program, as shown in the third table, so the top one on page 2, or for RPS purposes, which is the full retirement, which is that bottom table.
Okay, I'm really confused. I'm going to ask one more question and just to see if I can understand this.
Okay.
So the bottom table, the last column entitled Proportional Sky Blue Unretired. I added up all those numbers, it totaled 6,674. What that I understand from that is that of the Sky Blue RECs, of the Monsanto RECs allocated to Sky Blue, there are only 6,674 available to be retired. What am I doing? What's wrong with that? Because you're saying, I think you're saying there are 19,016. So what am I getting wrong?
Right. So, and I don't think it's a matter of getting it wrong. Again, I think that what this table represents is my proposal for the treatment of unretired RECs associated with the 8 megawatt facility. So when I say that there are 19,000, well, let's start at, there's 19,668 RECs. That is purely based on the accounting treatment, the monthly sort of rolling accounting of the generation and retirement of RECs as described by Dr. Pitts. And so that's our starting number is 19,668. Now, when I go into Regis and look at and so that's sort of what the program is owed, if you will. And when I actually look at the unretired RECs associated with the full 8 megawatt facility, because I can't physically break them out. I can only look at the facility as a whole. And so what my proposal is here is that we can see that in 2015, there were 3,477 RECs. My proposal is that we use the same allocation method of multiplying that 3,477 by 1.5 divided by 8 to come up with 652 RECs that would just be available for Sky Blue. And we take that off of the balance of what that program is owed, as I said. So that's how I came up with that. But in reality, we could use these, you know, for example, if Sky Blue, if subscriptions jumped exponentially, let's say, there would be a way to use other RECs again on that first in, first out method to retire them on behalf of the program for what the program is owed. So I hope that I've described that. I think maybe the operative thing here is that this very bottom table is a proposal that we treat the unretired RECs on the same proportional basis, and that's how I get that number. And so that's what I'm asking for acceptance of as far as an accounting treatment.
Okay, I'm still confused, but maybe I'll understand it after I read the transcript, but I'll ask one more question.
Okay.
That Exhibit 10 to Mr. Baker's testimony, the costs included in that regulatory asset balance, do they include the cost of RECs retired from 2013 through 2020?
Do they include the cost of RECs retired? So I believe that they would include anything that's included in the regulatory asset, which would be things like the carrying costs and whatnot. Again, in line with what PNM witness Baker was saying, I consider these sort of two separate things. There's the balance of the regulatory asset, which is going over time, and then there's this rec balance accounting on as a separate issue. So that's my understanding. I don't think that there's necessarily a connection directly to RECs and the balance of the regulatory asset.
Okay, I think that's where we're having a problem.
Okay.
So
Is there anything else I can do to alleviate that? I think.
No, I think we may just have a disagreement over that.
Okay.
Do you know associated with generation in 2016?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Okay, do you know what is the date of issuance of RECs associated with Manzano generation in 2016?
So in order to do that, we would need to really go into the Regis system. So there's a few things to keep in mind when we talk about that. So there's a vintage, which is a generation vintage, a month and a year in which generation is reported. Then I believe, and I'd have to go into Regis bylaws to fully understand this, but I believe there's a sort of a 90-day hold where Regis verifies that generation. And my understanding is that after that 90 days, then the certificate is issued. That's my understanding, but again, I would have to go into Regis to verify.
Okay, so assuming that's true, wouldn't that mean that possibly some RECs associated with generation in 2016 have already expired?
I think that we would have to come to an agreement on if we assume the issuance is on an annual basis or on a monthly basis, and so I think that that's definitely a discussion to be had. What I've presented here is just looking on a purely annual basis. However, it would be it would be something that we could go into and see if we want to determine that date on a monthly basis. That would be something that we would have to recalculate.
Well, isn't the date of issuance a particular date?
I don't know the exact definition of the date of issuance. I think that would be something we would need to confirm in Regis if there's a specific date that they consider by that term, date of issuance.
So it's possible that some of the 2020 RECs, 2016 RECs have expired.
I think that if we're using the monthly sort of the monthly generation date or that monthly certificate date through Regis, then yes, we're into 2020 now, so we would have to go back on that 4 years on a monthly basis.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Mr. German, do you have redirect?
Mr. Babe, can you turn to page 4 of your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
I want to direct you to line 19.
Okay. Okay.
And the sentence that starts with, in addition, PNM has been able to retire. Could you just read that sentence to yourself?
Yes. Yes.
So having read that, does that help explain some of the confusion regarding some of the questions that the hearing examiner asked you regarding your exhibit AJB 1 supplemental?
I believe that it does. This really touches on that, again, that first in, first out method that we attempt to use with our rec retirements. And so there are recs from the Monsanto facility as a whole that were used for RPS purposes. And so the treatment of the facility as a whole is different than the rolling accounting number treatment of just the program.
So if there were 2016 vintage recs that are assigned or allocated to Sky Blue, would it be possible to retire those recs for RPS purposes and replace them with newer vintage recs for purposes of maintaining the bank in the Sky Blue program?
Yes, that's my understanding of how we can retire the recs on a first in, first out basis.
Are you familiar with PNM witness Shane Gutierrez's rebuttal testimony?
Somewhat, but I'm not an expert on it. I would need to have it in front of me.
Do you have it in front of you?
I can find it. Give me 1 second.
If you can, relatively quickly.
Okay. There's not a table of contents here. Sorry, I don't have that as part of my folder. I'm looking through. Is there a point that you can refer me to while I'm searching for it?
Sure. So I'm going to ask you a question specifically about his exhibit SG1 rebuttal.
SG1 rebuttal. No, I'm not going to be able to find this very quickly. I apologize.
Okay. Well, let me represent to you that in that exhibit, Mr. Gutierrez calculated a dollar per Sky Blue rec cost by looking at the total revenue requirement associated with the reg asset and dividing it by the number of recs associated with the Sky Blue regulatory asset.
Okay.
So my question for you is, are you aware of any other method to determine a per rec cost for the recs associated with the regulatory asset?
A per rec cost?
Mm-hmm.
If I think that would be one way to do it if you wanted to take the balance of the regulatory asset and divide it by the number of recs. I can see that as being one way. I'm not sure of another way to allocate the balance of the regulatory asset other than treating them separately.
Okay. Now, the costs that are in the regulatory asset, are all those costs associated with the Sky Blue program?
All of the costs in the regulatory asset are part of the Sky Blue program, yes.
So another way of asking that would be, are there any costs in the regulatory asset that are not related to Sky Blue that come from RPS compliance or some other source besides Sky Blue?
No, the balance of the regulatory asset is made up of Sky Blue costs only.
So Ms. Yee asked you a few questions about the cost of the survey.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to clarify that. So do you know if the cost of the survey came from the Sky Blue marketing budget?
I believe so, but I don't know for certain. So I'll have to say I don't know.
So to the extent the cost of the survey might have come from some other source, would that other source have been added to the regulatory asset balance?
If it was from another source, then it wouldn't have been added to the cost of the regulatory asset. Only costs associated with the program are in that regulatory asset balance.
Okay. That's all I have, but Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to ask permission to put Tom Baker back on the stand to do Sir rebuttal, to respond specifically to the questions you asked about his exhibit TSB 10. And the reason I would offer to do that through Mr. Baker is that, first of all, it's his exhibit, and then also he's familiar with PNM's reconciliation process, which is the process through which we verify each year that the RECs retired through the RPS are matched by corresponding revenue requirements.
No, I'm going to disallow that request. Okay, Ms. Zur, any questions?
Nope.
Ms. Nanazi?
No more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Gould?
I have, I think, one question that goes to some of the questions that you were asking, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead.
Mr. Babe, would you turn to the PNM exhibit TSB 10 of Mr. Baker's direct?
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I can try and find it here. That's not one of the exhibits that I have in my, let's see. Heidi Pitts. Okay, I was actually able to find it. I was looking for the TSB on the corner of the page here. TSB 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I have TSB 10 here.
Okay.
Yes.
And the question that I have is about line items 2 and 3 on that table. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you agree with me that the dollar amounts as you go across the page are directly related to RECs that were used for that program?
So, as this is not my exhibit, I did not have a hand in putting together this table, so I couldn't tell you with certainty where the background of this is coming from.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough.
Mr. Harris?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Yee?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Borman?
I have no additional questions for Mr. Babe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Babe. You're excused.
Thank you.
Let's go off the record for a minute. Allison, I apologize to you because I had told my law clerk that I was confident we'd finish today, and she told that to you. I don't think we will. And I wanted, are you available tomorrow?
Yes, in anticipation of not finishing today, I did clear my calendar for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So do you all want to quit for the day at this time, or do you want to go ahead and put Mr. Meyer on the stand? I'm pretty flexible.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Peter Gould. We'd rather have Mr. Meyer go ahead and introduce his testimony, and then we have some supplemental testimony that was allowed by, I think, your order of September 18th on this Sky Blue issue.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'll probably only go to 5 o'clock today. So I don't know if we'll get through Mr. Meyer, but we can get started then.
Okay.
So was somebody going to say something?
I'm sorry, I was going to swear Mr. Meyer in.
Oh, please do. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Greg Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R.
And who are you employed by?
I'm a principal with with Brubaker and Associates, Inc. out of St. Louis, Missouri.
And who are you filing testimony on behalf of in this case?
The New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, or NM area.
Okay. I have provided you a document which we've marked for identification as NM Area Exhibit 1. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, that's my direct testimony.
And did you prepare that testimony, or did you supervise the people that helped you put this testimony together?
I prepared the testimony.
Okay. And if you were asked these same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and your ability?
Yes.
I would move NM Area 1, Exhibit 1 into evidence, please.
Any objection? NM Area Exhibit 1 is admitted.
And Mr. Meyer, could you identify the document that has been provided to you and marked for identification as NM Area Exhibit 2?
That's my rebuttal testimony that I filed on September 15th, 2020.
And did you prepare this testimony?
I did.
And if the same questions were asked you today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and ability?
They are.
I would move the admission of NM Area Exhibit 2.
Is there any objection? NM Area Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And for the record, both of those documents were uploaded to the Dropbox under the in a timely fashion pursuant to your orders, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay.
And Mr. Meyer, do you have oral rebuttal on the issues related to the Sky Blue, to PNM's request to include Sky Blue costs as recoverable in this case?
I do.
Are you familiar with a September 2nd bench request issued by the hearing examiner in this case?
I am.
Did you review that bench request?
I did.
Could you briefly summarize the questions that were asked by the hearing examiner in that bench request?
Sure. There was 4 questions asked in the bench request. Question 1, are the costs reflected in the Sky Blue regulatory asset RPS compliance costs? Question 2, if the costs reflected in the Sky Blue regulatory asset are not RPS compliance costs, are they eligible to be covered through PNM's renewable energy rider? 3, do your answers to the foregoing questions change any recommendation you made in direct testimony? And 4, if you did not file direct testimony, state your recommendations on whether the commission should allow PNM to recover the Sky Blue regulatory asset through its renewable energy rider.
And could you briefly summarize your response to that bench request?
I filed rebuttal testimony on September, I'm sorry, let me back up. On September 9th, we filed a response to the bench request stating that we wanted to wait to see what PNM filed before we would issue comments.
And to cut to the chase, as far as you're aware, PNM did not file any response to that September 2nd bench request.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then you addressed that situation in your rebuttal testimony. Could you quickly summarize what you stated in your rebuttal testimony?
Sure. In my rebuttal testimony, I made 3 points, and that I said that PNM has not provided the needed detail to verify the revenue requirement shortfall from the Sky Blue program should be included as RPS compliance costs. 2, because there was lacking information on the revenue requirement shortfall, PNM area was opposed to recovery of the Sky Blue revenue requirement shortfall as RPS compliance costs. And 3, that if the commission decided to allow recovery of the Sky Blue regulatory asset, that we would continue to support a 5-year amortization of those costs through the RPS.
And you were aware that on September 17th, the hearing examiner issued a second bench request directly to PNM, and that PNM filed supplemental testimony in response to that bench request. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I am.
And you've reviewed that supplemental testimony, have you not?
I have.
And based on your review of that supplemental testimony, do you believe that the Sky Blue regulatory assets should be recovered in this Rate Rider 36 case?
No, I don't.
And could you explain your answer?
Sure. I still don't believe that PNM has provided enough information to justify the recognition of the regulatory asset in the current Rider 36 case. I therefore would recommend that the Sky Blue regulatory asset be denied for recovery in this case and ordered to be addressed in another PNM case. There's simply not enough information for the commission at this time to make a determination of this issue. And then and I think, as you've learned today, there are just too many unanswered questions surrounding this program.
Could you list your specific regulatory concerns about allowing regulatory treatment, regulatory recovery in this case, and what PNM should do before any rate making treatment is allowed by the commission?
Sure. Some of the concerns that we've identified so far are there's no tracking on how RECs produced in the early years of the Manzano facility have not outlived their useful life of 4 years. I think that was being discussed this afternoon as well. There's absolutely no documentation associated with the what I'll call the Energy Center RECs and how they are used for compliance with Sky Blue or in the RPS. And then finally, the carrying charges issue should be addressed only if it's determined that the regulatory asset should be included in this case.
And what is your understanding of how the Sky Blue regulatory asset was established?
My understanding, it was established in case number 10-00018-UT. And in that case, there was a regulatory asset approved, but the basis for that regulatory asset was because of the fact that it was uncertain whether current renewable generation could meet the requirements of Rider 30 renewable energy customers and vice versa, so that the regulatory asset was approved to even out, so to speak, when the Rider 30 renewable energy penetration was great enough that it could absorb what I'll call the energy that was dedicated from Manzano and the Energy Center.
And in that case that you just mentioned, did the commission establish guidelines to track the energy requirements of these Rider 30 customers and the Manzano Energy, the Manzano facility, as well as the Energy Center facility? Did you understand that that was addressed in that order?
Yeah, it's my understanding that in that order, the commission decided that 1.5 megawatts of Manzano should be dedicated to the Rider 30 program or Sky Blue. The other things that were decided were all unsubscribed RECs from Manzano and Energy Center would have a shelf life of 4 years. Unsubscribed RECs from a previous year could be used in a subsequent year or sold within 3 years with a 3-year time frame. And then at the end of 3 years, if RECs still existed, they could be used for RPS compliance purposes. If not used for RPS compliance purposes, the REC's life would expire after 4 years.
And could you you've listened to the testimony about the RECs, and you've reviewed the testimony in the supplemental filing of PNM. Could you state your concerns with how PNM has treated what we're calling the Manzano RECs?
Yeah, I took Mr. Babe's tables and broke it out by years, and just to see how the RECs would track over the period that that we're talking about today, 2013 through 2020. There are, and I agree with the calculations. We have 19,016 RECs as of 2020. Now, I don't agree that those are all current RECs. If you just look at it on a year-by-year basis, there's a potential for 5,800 RECs to be retired, to be unused and need to be retired by the end of 2020. However, as I think as Mr. Babe alluded to when he was just on the stand, there seems to be a program that PNM has instituted, like almost what I'll call a swap program, where they, and I think this is Mr. Babe's exact words, is PNM has been able to retire RECs from the sky blue portion of Manzano that were not used for sky blue or sold to third parties prior to their expiration for RPS purposes, and replace those RECs with newer vintage RECs from RPS portion of Manzano on a one-for-one basis. When I see that sentence, I just understand that that's a swap. You know, that I'm swapping out older RECs for newer RECs so that I can continue to keep those RECs and use them, or claim to be using those for RPS compliance purposes in the future. I'm not sure that the swap program has been approved or even presented to this commission for approval at all. So I have concerns about whether the swap program can even be used within the Sky Blue program.
Well, just to ask you a specific question, did you see anything in your review of the commission's orders in case 10-00018 that authorized such, we'll call it a swap program?
No, I did not. I did a brief review of that order, but I did not see where the swap program was authorized.
And what do you, this number of 5,800, could you talk about that and how you derived it?
Sure.
And what, let me just back up. Is the 5,800 your calculation of RECs that would have expired under a strict 4-year calculation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And my calculations rely on Mr. Babe's schedule to his, I believe it's his supplemental testimony. So I just picked up figures from there. As the hearing examiner recognized, in 2013, there is more subscription from Rider 30 consumption than there was RECs produced. So that we actually had a negative bank of 999 RECs. In 2014, Manzano produced 3,514 megawatt hours of RECs, and Rider 30 consumption was 1,598. So right there at that point, even moving the negative bank forward from 2013 to 2014, we have already created a 917 megawatt hours of REC in balance. In 2015, Manzano produces 3,391. There's 1,467 Rider 30 RECs or megawatt hours consumed, which leaves a bank of positive 2,841. At this point, I looked through the years from 2016 to 2020 and totaled those up, and the 2,841 bank at 2015 would be reduced if you used all of the estimated or the actual RECs and Rider 30 for those periods of 2016 through 2020. That balance or that bank would have gone down to be 2,311. So what that shows is that any RECs from 2016 through 2020 that have been generated by Manzano haven't been used. And when you total those all up, that's what you, when you get to the 19,016 recs.
Okay. And when you're referring to Monsanto, you're referring to that 1.5 megawatt portion of that plant that the commission dedicated to this Sky Blue program, are you not?
That's correct.
Okay.
8.75%.
And changing gears slightly, do you have any concerns with what are being called the energy center RECs, the wind energy center?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen no documentation on how the energy center recs have been used either for RPS compliance or for Sky Blue. There's been, the whole theme, I guess, around our arguments today is there really isn't an adequate audit trail for parties to look at and make sure that they agree with or that they totally understand all of the moving parts in the Sky Blue program. The wind recs, the only thing we have to rely on is that Mr. Bobby states that the NIMWEC recs are not retired, that the ones that are not retired for Sky Blue are retired for RPS purposes each year, excuse me. But that's all we have. And I think that's woefully inadequate to justify or allow other parties to look at this issue and determine whether it is reasonable to include a $2.3 million regulatory asset in rates.
Do you have a proposal about what you believe, what kind of information you believe PNM should provide as a basis for recovery of that $2.3 million?
Well, I think you need to look and have documentation that tracks both sides of the renewable generation that's used for Sky Blue. I think you need to, we have a somewhat of a record on Monsanto. We have nothing on Energy Center. But we need to look at that in totality to see exactly the movements of those and the use of those recs for compliance with Sky Blue. And then if indeed some of them are retired for RPS compliance, we need to see that as well. We also need to tie. I know that PNM is reluctant, but it seems like there should be a tie between the revenue requirement and what the projected recs are for that revenue requirement versus what actually happens. And that way we can at least parties can afford themselves the opportunity to look at these figures and to make sure that they're comfortable with them before it's included in rates.
What about what kind of documentation do you think PNM should provide of its swap program or swap process?
Well, I think that what we have to hear from PNM there is where is the commission authorization for the swaps? I just don't know. And if it is authorized, then that would that would solve one of our concerns. But we still would like to see the totality of the calculations so that we can make sure that it's still properly accounted for.
And do you have any supplemental testimony specifically on the issue of the regulatory asset carrying charges?
Going to object, Madam Hearing Examiner. I believe this is outside the scope of what was permitted for oral surrebuttal testimony.
Mr. Gould?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we did not know well, I think that your order should be interpreted liberally because we're simply trying to respond to some testimony that was provided and we didn't have a chance to review before this hearing. And our Mr. Meyer's testimony on this issue is very brief. So we ask your indulgence and allow him to make his recommendation, and then we can summarize and move on.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. He can answer the question.
We would support a 4% current carrying cost for the regulatory asset. There's documentation in 10-00018 that said that in a footnote that the parties agree to the cost of long-term debt for a carrying charge. So I think that carrying charge, even through the accumulation of the asset, more properly be responsive or be more properly be represented to be the long-term cost of debt that the utility has incurred. You know, there's a sharing between shareholders and ratepayers when especially for a regulatory asset of this nature, and having a lower return is one way of sharing the burden between shareholders and ratepayers.
And Mr. Meyer, could you just, do you know the number of the footnote in the order and the specific name of the order? Because there were a couple of orders in that case. I'm referring to 10-00018 UT.
It's the post-remand final order, footnote 47.
And what page is that on? Do you have that?
Let's find that. 22.
And Madam,
22.
Page 22. Madam Hearing Examiner, I think that was the New Energy Economy Exhibit 1 that you allowed into testimony, if my recollection serves.
Yeah, as I said in an email, it's my position that commission orders and recommended decisions do not have to be admitted.
Okay. Mr. Meyer, would you just briefly summarize your recommendations and we can tender you for cross?
Sure. Real briefly, like I said before, I just don't believe that there's enough information in the record, enough of an audit trail to clearly allow parties to determine the correctness or the reasonableness and whether the full regulatory asset associated with Sky Blue should be included in rates. I further would argue that 1 year is too, as I said in my other testimony, 1 year is too short of a period to collect these costs.
And final question, you've listened into the entire hearing today, have you not?
Yes.
And was there anything that was said by the PNM witnesses on this issue that satisfies your need for more documentation?
No, I think it's, at least from my perspective, I think it's clear from the testimony that we've heard today that we need more information. I don't know that it doesn't exist. It just hasn't been given to us.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you very much. And we'll tender this witness for cross-examination.
Okay, let's go off the record for a minute. The first step for cross-examination will be PNM. I don't want to go much past 5 o'clock today. Can you give me just a ballpark of how much time you think you have for cross-examination of Mr. Meyer?
Sure. I would guess probably 30 minutes. And if I could make a suggestion too, a lot of my cross is going to be based on what Mr. Meyer just testified to. It would help me if we could do that tomorrow morning. And it would also help if Mr. Gould could provide me the written testimony that it appeared Mr. Meyer was reading from. So I'll make that request as well.
We're happy to do that. I would say this caveat that it's not exactly verbatim. You know, some of the questions we split up, and the last question that I asked was not in the written document that we prepared prior to this hearing. But just give, if Madam Hearing Examiner, if you just give me some idea of how to put that in the record, we'd be happy to do that. And if you would accept it without it, it does, what we have prepared has line numbers and page numbers, but it doesn't have a cover sheet. If you want us to put a cover sheet on it, if you want us to put a witness affirmation, the whole, as we would do a formal testimony, just tell me what to do and we'll get that done this evening and get it filed into the Dropbox.
Was that what you were contemplating, Mr. German, or were you just kind of asking to receive it informally?
Yes, I'd actually prefer to just receive it informally. I don't think it needs to be filed at all.
Okay, what we'll do then is we will give you exactly what we have and we'll circulate it to everyone.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and recess for today. Let's go off the record. Allison, does starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow work for you?
That would be fine.
Okay, let's resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I'll send out another Zoom invitation now.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.